go. Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. That is some straight up nasty cheap tea, but I love it. All right, so to this fine day, not to this fine day, this fine day, we're going to do some checking to see if the game engine actually makes sense the way it is structured, right? So let's resize that. Let's change this. Focused on local. Should we say local multiplayer? Focus on multiplayer, but not MMO. Right, there we go. Learn MMO. There we go. You learn MMO. Okay, let me have a quick check. Who's in the chat? Good morning, Christopher. Good morning, Enrico. Fancy meeting you here, Temporis. It's been a while. You know what, Tempe? You've been missing for the last couple of days. We were close to sending out a search party, but thought maybe, just maybe, you weren't missing in that sense. And I've been ignoring errors like it was going out of style. I feel like it's your civic duty to be here and remind me to read the error messages, right? Hello, Cosmo, how you doing? You were first, Christopher. Well done, you. Hello, Enrico. Good morning, Dormant Cast. Totally not, right? You should have a bunny overlay where you can redeem bunnies that jump around. I like the ones that people have at the bottom of the streams where you have like the little things. Yeah. Although I have my overlay. Maybe that's what we need. We need to make the overlay work so it doesn't just show the socials, but we have like a little bunny in the bottom right corner. My kid asked me. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something shortly. But yeah. With names that, yeah, I think I know the kind you mean, right? Hello, ICS, how you doing? Happy no work today? Nice. Well, you've had a hard week of being in the office, mate. Tags, yeah. I'm not ignoring you, you lark. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, but being ignored is that bliss. No, I will never have a VTuber though, right? Never have a VTuber. So my kid really wanted a beanbag. I bought a fancy beanbag, right? And it's great. I talk about this every stream now because it's so good. It is so comfortable. Is the beanbag in the room with you right now? Yes, it is, but it's on the other side of the room, so I'm not going to bother getting it, right? But it is super nice to have. But it depends a little bit on your setup. So my setup, I have a large 32-inch monitor in front of me. So it's very easy for me to just put the beanbag down on the floor, lean back into it, and I can just watch something on the monitor, right? If the missus is watching TV or whatever, right? And I don't want to watch whatever boring thing she's watching, right? And it's really good. Now, if you don't have a need to be sort of mobile in ways you sit down and relax, it's probably quite useless, but man, it's pretty comfortable. I think the longest I've sat in it is 1 hour, and that gets a little bit, maybe not, but you probably shouldn't sit still for an hour anyway, so. Yes, indeed. So it's really comfortable. So anyway, so my kid said, I really want a beanbag. And I said, we'll do something on stream where we set up a donor thing for you. If you want to, like we can buy a beanbag. So I set this up, but, oh no, hang on. You can't see that. Where are you? There you are, right? So I set this up. Boop, 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 boop. But then I took it away. Because I didn't have a link. So, but don't tell her that. Anyway, I don't think people do sit still for 8 hours, right? I think we believe we've been sitting for 8 hours, but just during this initial conversation, I've been moving a lot in the chair, right? I've been stretching my legs, and I don't think we sit. I mean, I don't mean like people sit still and don't move, but I think the notion that you sit still, hands on the keyboard, and sit there for 8 hours, I simply don't think that happens. I think we also get up and move around a lot more than we think. I mean, at least I know I do. I very rarely. I mean, even during stream, every 2 hours, I would just go and make a cup of tea or something, right? Or something else will happen, and I'm constantly moving my body around, right? I slept for 11 hours, which is pretty impressive. I am impressed with myself. Why? Because I slept for 11 hours. That's why. And it was good. It was needed. I tried some new workouts. There's a YouTuber, YouTube channel called Renaissance Periodization, with a dude who talks about exercise. And sometimes when I watch the channel, I see like new exercises, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna try that. Very itchy. I'm gonna try that, and I did something called deficit deadlifts, very lightweight, and my goodness, that felt. And I had to go to this social thing, which is why I didn't stream yesterday. I had to go to a birthday party, and I was so tired. I was so tired all day. So when I came home, I sat in the sofa for a bit. I ate a mountain of food, chicken and rice, yay. It was actually a white chili. White chili is really good. And then straight to bed at 8 o'clock, and I slept till 7 o'clock. I was so tired. It was so good. Anyway, so what are we gonna do today? We have passed the 10-minute mark, which is usually where sort of Bonan turns up and demands a bit of game doll, but apparently that's not happening. You know what? I have confused myself. Does this thing even work? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. I just had to check something. Ah, there we go. The nefarious game doll. I'm trying to make myself do better touch typing, but I'm struggling at that, right? That's some kind of weird horse. I have no idea what this is. I think we're going to take a break from Game Doll after today because I am not as into it as I have been. So this will be the last Game Doll this week. Jokes aside, this will be. I think I'm going to take a break from Game Doll for a little bit because I don't give it the attention it deserves because I'm so focused on getting on with the game dev that I look at this thing and I just want to guess my way out of it without even thinking about it. What kind of weird chicken wing is that, though, right? Because normally I spend time thinking about the graphics, like how old is this game and so on and so forth. But right now I can just like stress it. I can confidently say that I have no idea what this is. How to train your dragon. Dragons with acne. Cyberpunk. All right. Yeah, I would have. Okay, so let's try to place the age of this at least, but that's really hard. This is maybe we've kind of gone into that era of computer graphics where this would fall into the 2013, 2014, maybe. It's not DMC, is it? No. No, I can't guess this even. Oh, it's a Castlevania game. Oh, I only played the first two. I don't actually know about the later one. I know there's one called Symphony of the Night, and that is not it. But since I don't have anything else to guess, Oh, 2003. I was off on everything. Did anyone get this? Some sort of Pegasus. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a horsey thing back there. Counter-Strike, I'd say. All right. The color palette makes me think of the games that has been like indie games that's been out recently. There's been a handful of indie games where everything kind of takes place in the desert. It's like a desert wasteland. And everything's kind of like cell shaded. I don't know what this is though. That means nothing to me. A really hard time placing this. I can't even fit the year in. So I would say that this would be this is made to look a little bit like something from the Genesis era, but I think it's actually a lot newer than that. Right? I think this is probably like 2021 or something, but it's made to look like it's from the Genesis era. I have no idea what this is. No, 2000. Breath of Fire. Damn, I played the first two and they're really good. But this did not make me think of Breath of Fire at all. There's nothing here that makes me think of Breath of Fire other than the fact that this dude's hair is blue. Right? Yeah. No, I struck out on those two, didn't I? Yeah, I was way off too. Okay. Zero fire visible. Exactly. Where's the fire, man? Where's the fire? Breath of Fire 1 and 2. Well, I don't actually know that much about the second one. I didn't finish it, but Breath of Fire 1 is really good. They did a remake for one of the handheld Nintendos, but that one honestly did not tickle my fancy. The Super Nintendo version is the best one. But speaking of Nintendo, they can right off, can't they? Right? Prices. Ridiculous prices. But we're not going to cry about that. I did that all yesterday. Instead, we're going to get on with it and see if we can get this thing working the way so I haven't done my due diligence now, right? I normally sit and doodle, write down how I think things should work. Even I've made some scribbles yesterday, but I haven't really figured out how this is going to hang together just yet. So I thought maybe we just get something working. So we'll do this. We'll do this in a branch. There's no changes. Have we pushed the last? Right. We'll do a new branch for experimenting. And now let's make sure we're using the path. Yeah, we are. Now we're going to do this, right? How to get something working. You remove everything that isn't working and you're done, right? Not even a little bit, Enrico. Not even a little bit. Okay, so we have a main menu. That's going to be our scene. So how this is going to work, I explained a little bit how a scene stack works, not to be confused with the scene graph, how this works, and it can't work, but we're going to do it anyway to get started with something. We need something to start with, right? There are like a lot of benefits to a scene stack. It's just that we can't use them. But we can make use of the benefits until we can no longer make use of the benefits, right? That's how we're gonna go, right? So what I thought we'd do is we reconstruct the project to work in this way. We have a new function on the server that takes a scene. That will be the root scene. A scene can create other scenes, right? As a result of an action from doing something, another scene might be created. I have no idea how that's going to work with the multiplayer aspect, so we should probably figure that out. And then finally, we have the run function. Now, the way this works then is we have the run function has to take a server as an input. Let's have a look at the run function and see what this does. So this one takes a server here. Okay, well, we already solved that one then. So actually, it doesn't take a server. Instead, it would take a server handle. Let handle equals server.run. Now, if we want to do this, we probably want to run this like multi-threaded or what have you, right? So, hello, Gordolani. Yeah, that question comes up often enough that I think it's now warranted to answer that question here, right? Current library, current crates in use. So we have WGPU. I'm not going to mention Winit because that's a dependency of WGPU. We have Kira, so that's for graphics. We have Kira for sound. We have, okay, no, apparently that was not sufficient. Learn Kira. Okay, Kira for sound. We have Bytemark. Learn Bytemark. We have Bytemark for memory layout. It's probably sufficient. What else do we use? I think these are the three dominant libraries or crates that we use. Let's have a quick look. We can just hop over here. It's a bungee hop. Get it? No pun, Nintendo. All right, Bytemark WGPU. What do we have in the client? We have... Yeah, we don't have to mention Polster either. So Polster and Winit are kind of part of WGPU. I wonder if WGPU even re-exports Winit. We use Puffin for profiling. All right, so Puffin profiling. Let's look at those on the server. That's it. These are the crates that we are using. So there we go. Now we're gonna make a server handle work so we can do this. So we can run, or we can run in thread. And then we pass in the handle here. So I think that would work, right? Hello, Longor. How you doing? We should set up... Oh, you know what? Someone submitted a PR. I have to look at that because it's been long enough now. Let's go to GitHub. Togglebit AFK. Making tea, mate. Making tea. We got a pull request here by H5 Law, so we should probably review this this code. Okay, cargo lock. I mean, I don't think there's going to be anything other than version bumps. Yeah, so we can say that we've seen that one. Adding this to git ignore is fine. Although arguably, I'd say for this, it's fine to add the store to git ignore. However, I would also recommend that you add it to your global, which would be git ignore global, git ignore at It said .git ignore global. Okay, yeah. A make file. I don't want a make file in here. This is a Rust project, so why would we have a make file? Is this your PR, Intricate? I know, Robo. It's like, do you have to use morally superior languages, right? Ugh. I don't think we need. I don't think we should have a make file in a Rust project. What was this thing doing? Do we have an AF? Do we have a? All right, I have to look. I haven't looked at this project in forever, right? To me, this project wasn't really a thing, but we don't have a make file and we don't have a shell script for it either. Do we need that? These are the fonts for it. Oh, that's what this. Now I remember this project. Let's not add a make file. What's the? There's nothing. There's nothing. I'm not sure why we. Do we really need a shell script here? Oh, not sure what value it adds. So this one has hard coded something, and I don't. Is this trying to make it into a Pomodoro timer? I think maybe that's what they're doing. So yeah, okay. Quit with an exit code is fine. I think this is okay. No, fair enough, Omar. It's I don't think there's that big of an issue. Maybe on a larger project. Could have disabled PRs. Well, I didn't think anyone actually looked at this code, and if someone made the effort, I can at least review it. I don't really use this project anymore, right? Is this in the main file? So we should probably change that. There is a new API for this, which is it the exit status? No, it's the exit code, obviously. Yes, but where does it come from? This type represents a status code, current process can return, okay, and then you have exit status error. So I think this one has, yes. Maybe not. Terminates the current process with specified exit code. This function would never return and would immediately terminate the current process. The exit code is passed through the underlying OS and would be available for consumption by another process. Note that because this function never returns and that it terminates the process, no destructors on the current stack or any other thread stack will be run. If a clean shutdown is needed, it's recommended to only call this function at a known point where there are no more destructors left to run, or preferably simply return a type implementing termination. That's what I'm looking for, such as exit code from the main function. So we should return an exit code here instead. The way I think that works is, well, I guess we could use the game engine, the test game here. If we just do this, and then we return exit code 0. Okay. Is that gonna be okay? So we have to return an exit code here then. No. I think that's it. So if we cargo run this, and then we echo the last status, that's 0. And if we return, what alternatives do we have here? Come on, LSP. Failure. And failure has, it's just failure. One. Yeah, so we should probably return that instead. If the terminal size, what does this do? Let me grab this though. Let's copy this. Ah, silly me thinking that was gonna work. Oh no, I have another AFK in there. Ah, all right. You know what? We should probably disable pull requests on most things then. Okay. I don't care enough to say anything about that. App event quit. Can we just view the file? Yeah, I thought I could view the view file. Control C. Should Control C send exit code 1? I honestly don't know, but I'm okay if it does. I'm not that bothered by it. Okay, and then we just return exit. So I think you can literally return a number then, but I don't know for sure. So if we were to return an exit code and we just return 0 here, that might not work. But if we do int2, that might work. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can do that. We can just return the exit code. We're not going to do that here though, because, you know, we don't have a need for that. Come on. Delete to curly bracket. Why are you going backwards? Visually, select to curly bracket. Oh my god. Vim fail. And there's not really a need for it. And the quit at 0 is another that has to be added in here. Where is the quit at 0 then? This one has to be set somewhere. Let's do this. Let's suggest that this is quit with the status code of an I32. And then here we just do status code. Programming in GitHub like this is pretty awful. We can probably just, you know what, let's cancel that. And let's just grab these 3 and make a suggestion. And then bring that into a sensible editor. So we change that to status code. Replace with curly brackets, right? And let's add a space there because we're not savages. Okay. There we go. And then for our main function. No, why do we need an exit code here? I don't think we do need that. Where's the exit code being set? Here, we can just return this. All right. If we do this, let's make the main function return stud process exit code instead, and we can just return the exit code integer.into by calling .into on it, e.g. 0.into. Instead of using process exit. I think that's a finished review. So it's a looks nice. I made a few comments. Don't think we need a shell script or a make file for a Rust project. Though. There we go. Okay. This is an old project that I've wrote 6 million years ago. 3 years ago, right? 3 years ago, I merged a PR from one program. Right? So I'm not really invested in that project anymore. I'm using this now. Cargo run. Is this thing even going to run? There we go, right? But we're not voting for the next language, so instead we're gonna say tea break in, and then let's go with minutes. I haven't added hours to these things, but it's about 80 minutes until a tea break. There we go. Hello, Eberman. Do you believe the game structure definition should be separate from engine structure definitions? So yeah, they are two different things, right? But you're using a very important word there. You're saying, do you believe? Because if you ask me, what does your experience tell you? Then it's because I have no experience, right? I have never done a game engine before. And most likely, this isn't probably going to be a game engine as much as a game foundation. But, well, it will be, but it won't be a game engine the way you think of maybe Unity or Bevy or Godot or whatever, right? It's going to be a case of something that handles rendering and network traffic for us. And then there's a very specific set of games you would build for this. We've taken away, I keep saying I've closed a lot of metaphorical doors for this project. So for instance, you won't be making any 3D games with this. And well, I guess that's kind of the core of it, right? There's a thing that I was a little bit concerned about when it comes to the audio and Kira, by the way. So let's have a quick look at docs.rs for Kira. You can pan the audio left and right, but I don't know if this thing has the notion of like a 3D audio thing. The reason for that, well, it says spatial audio support. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, you know what? This has exactly what we need, right? So I want to be able to say, if you're observing the game world and a sound is coming like from the top right of the map, I want to be able to calculate a vector to the sound. I want to be able to play a sound at location. So for instance, we might have 3 states for a sound. Let's take a gunshot, right? A gunshot in the distance, play at a location. A gunshot nearby, and then the last state is a gunshot is too far away for you to hear it, right? So it will add a little bit of value to the sound, right? But there you go, right? So this is interesting. As a player character gets close to a waterfall, you might hear the sound of the waterfall gets louder. You can use spatial tracks as the sound source and listeners for characters' ears. This is gonna be when we get to the audio, but wow, we just gave it a position. We just gave it a straight up position. This is so nice. Is this behind a feature flag, by the way? No. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's get on with this instead. So we don't really have a... why don't we have a server? Well, I probably broke something. We'll see. So we're going to have a server. We're going to get a server handle. And this handle is how we communicate with the server. Now, I have to refer to my notes here to remember what the job of the server is supposed to be. It's very simple. Very simple. Open, close, connect to, disconnect, update, diffs, scenes, update, input snapshot. Well, I guess we can just add that as we go along. We have, actually, we can see this in the notes on the network. Here we go, right? So the client sample input. Okay, so that's what we're gonna have. So we need to configure the handle as well. All right, okay, cool beans. So the handle is just gonna be something that we can pull and send to, whether the handle is... No, that's right. That is what we do. We pull and send input to the handle. So if we go to the server, there we go. Let's just wait for this to wake up. So we have a server handle here. Let's do an input block for the server handle, right? Whoops. No, find uppercase R, thank you. So this will be the server handle, and this will be the server itself, right? So we're going to have a function called pull that takes a reference to self, and it's going to return something. And we have one called input. Now, this one's going to have to take an input map. We haven't really specified what an input map is yet, and pull is going to get a snapshot back. And this one can also panic because we're not doing anything just yet, right? Do we have a snapshot in there? We do. And that's probably just an empty placeholder. It is correct. So pulling a snapshot, and then the pull frequency will be configured by the game engine. Now, here's the thing. I think we'll do this on a separate thread for this. But if we run the server, do we do that or not? Okay. We can simply have a channel for that. It's not a biggie. We're going to have to own the input map anyway. Although the input map could be a count. So we can pass a reference to the input map. That means that polling is not allowed to block, though. Which it won't be. So it would do something like while let okay snapshot equals to self dot inner or rx dot try receive. Actually, that will return an option of a snapshot. Because polling has to be attached to, unless we want to have multiple snapshots, right? If we allow multiple snapshots, that could work, but then it becomes a question of how we store these on the client. Whoops. So the client has to run, this will be a server handle now, which means that the server needs to make that public. Let's add a run function here. Well, we have a start function that already... Okay, I've already written this. I don't know when that happened, but okay. So let's rename you to... Well, start is sufficient. Okay, so I've already made some kind of decision around this, so let's not worry about it then. Client. Let's find the bug here. Okay. Nope, it's not available. So we have server, we're going to have server handle in that case. So let's go here. All right, so you get a server handle instead. Not the handlack. Hello, Lick Mav. How you doing? Then you, again, get a handle. And this is a handle as well. Not sure why that has to be mutable yet, but we'll deal. Don't know yet, Linked Mav. I just have some ideas, some vague ideas, but I don't know what that will be yet. So the clay color sits on the server. We have to move that to the handle. That's not a biggie. It's just a funny thing. It's not funny to anyone but me, of course. We move you up to the handle, given that this is something that we're going to deal with eventually. Vliant. All right. Can't run that because it's not doing anything. Okay, that was easy enough to do, right? So now we move this to be a handle. There's no running thread. There's a start function that gives a handle back. There's no server there. That's kind of awkward. So let's fix that. I don't think we need to expose the handle though. Okay, so the new function for the server does that. And what is it that we want to pass in? We want to pass in our first scene, right? That would be something to implement scene. Now, I would love it if we could do this without having to resort to boxing, but we need like a root scene for this. And I think the world is what's going to hold the scenes, right? Or the world will at least hold the game data, so maybe it won't hold the scenes. But something needs to own the scenes though, right? But there we go. We can now run this, and it's not going to do anything. All right, yeah, explicit panic, because we're not doing anything. So let's see. What do we have to figure out for this thing then? You know what I haven't done? I haven't checked this one. Okay, we're good. I need to update this computer next to me. It has been sitting dormant for a while. Did I do a systems update today? I did. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So let's think about that one for a second then. So we're going to pass in the handle. This means that if we want to run a dedicated server, we just do a dedicated run. So if the server, if standalone, actually, let's make that into a bool. Like that. And then we can just add a run standalone to the server. Start shouldn't really do much. We take ownership of self. So we just have a function called run here. And then we move all this into that function. Like so. Okay. So we can start a server, and we'll document this as well, right? Yeah, definitely. So that's like worth, if you're wondering whether you're gonna build a game engine or not, you should kind of ask yourself, well, first of all, why are you building a game engine, right? And in my to answer that question for myself, I'm building a game engine because I don't know exactly what game I want to build, but I have a vague idea. So there's like core elements of the game I want to build. I want to make sure that I can do them, so I'm building them as part of an engine, right? Let's just say create a new instance of a server given a root scene. And if you're asking the question, should I build a game or a game engine? It depends entirely on what you want to do, right? Do you want to build a game engine? Then by all means, go for it, right? If you want to build a game, then you should definitely use like an existing engine to save yourself a lot of time. But if you've never done a game before and you don't quite know how this stuff fits together, and more importantly, you're a little bit interested in this problem, then don't use an existing engine, right? Because you're kind of depriving yourself on the experience of understanding how all this works, right? And Bevy is very kind of wrapped around its ECS. And if you don't agree with, well, it's not a case of agreeing or disagreeing. If you think that maybe an ECS isn't necessarily the right choice for you, the way you interact with it, right? Because we made ECS this big silver bullet in like when you talk to game devs here on Twitch, for instance, or on internet in general, rather. It's like this ECS thing, it solves a lot of problems. It looks really good, right? You got your data neatly aligned, chuck it on the CPU cache, off you go, right? It's very fast, it's very good. But you're now subject to how this ECS works, right? Back in some years ago, right? There was a game engine that people cared about back then called Amethyst. No one uses that anymore. I think the project is dead. Amethyst has an ECS called Specs. It was very heavy. And then so after Specs came something called Legion, and Legion did like a lot of arcane black magic to do things, and it looked really nice. And I actually worked with it a little bit for trying things out. I used Legion and Godot for a bit. And back then, and it was good, but not perfect. Well, nothing is perfect, but it didn't really feel like. The more I used it, the less perfect it started to feel, and then I would say I'm not against an ECS, and maybe I will end up with an ECS in the end. But I will end up there because that route made sense to me. It was not my starting position, right? You might end up with a worse version of something that already exists, but then you know why. Start or spawn, let's just call it spawn instead. Spawn a new server and return the handle. Use this use this when the server should be part of the client, and then run the server taking ownership of the server. Use this directly if when running a standalone server, right? So I like to not use phrases like I and you and we when I write documentation. I try to keep that out of my writing style in general. I don't know why. Are you going to implement physics from scratch or use a physics library? It depends on what you mean with physics, right? If we're just doing basic collision, that's online now. It hasn't been updated in a while. If we're talking about physics like box 2D, rapier, or whatever, right? You have rigid bodies, static bodies, whatever, that kind of physics, then probably not. If we're talking about something basic like applying forces or doing that level of physics, anything that can be covered by the book Nature of Codes, I would probably implement that myself because it's pretty fun. if I'm gonna do a 2D platformer with a lot of collision detections and such, then I might try a third-party library. However, physics is not going to be part of the engine, right? There will be. If you have physics, that will be part of a scene. You might have 3 scenes: a start screen, a setting screen, and the game itself, the gameplay. And only the third one should actually have any physics applied to it. So that would be in the scene. It wouldn't be part of the main menu or settings. We wouldn't have a physics step for that, for instance, right? Speaking of which, I do have to take that into consideration. Okay, so how's that update doing? That's gonna be a while. All right, let's just leave that running. Did I remember to? Yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So we got this thing running. We can now do not start but spawn, and there we go. Right. Yeah, Daniel Schiffman is pretty amazing, and if you go to this website, you will find a bunch of links up here, which includes links to Schiffman's book, Nature of Code. A lot of other things, like pathfinding and stuff like that, right? There's some really good links for game dev in there, I think, right? They're old, but I don't think anyone has improved on A star in the last 10 years or whatever, right? Does the games being made in the engine also have to be in Rust? Not necessarily. So the idea here, that's actually a really good question, not a dumb question, because it asks a question that kind of links in a little bit with that links in with a little bit of a conversation I've had with another person the last couple of days. I talked about maybe making my game modded or moddable rather, not modded. And for that, I said to my friend, I said, look, I'm just going to drop in mLua in there, right? We got JIT, we got the whole thing. You could just write Lua and all that. There arguably isn't a reason why you couldn't extend this to, for every update step, just translate the Rust into Lua, okay? So your keyboard input gets translated into a Lua table, and your delta time gets translated into a float, and then you can just run everything in Lua as long as you can produce a snapshot at the end of it. So you could make the language that you write the games in into a completely different language if you wanted to, right? And my friend is making his own programming language, so theoretically, you could write the game in a different language and then just run the server and all that stuff in Rust, right? So the core tenet of this thing, or the core idea rather of Bungin, is to be network centric, right? So making games that plays like Heroes of Hammerwatch or Minecraft, sans the 3D, of course. Games where you have maybe 1, 2, 3 of your friends running either a local server or running a server on a small VPS. And we will do things like input, not input prediction. We're not doing input prediction specifically, but we do things like frame interpolation. So if you're playing on a slow connection, you shouldn't really suffer that much and what have you, right? Is that going to take a while? Okay, right. Let's hop to it. I should have done, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to do this, okay? Sys update, and then if everything's okay, power off the computer. Okay, I had to make sure that I was on the right machine now as well, because I have done some stupid things in the past, right? At one point, I was cleaning up files on this machine, and I'm pointing at the screen as if that's the computer. Oh, you're an old person. Well, the computer's on the floor, whatever. But I was cleaning up disk space on there over SSH. I logged out of it, forgot what I was doing, came back to the computer, but oh yeah, I was cleaning up files or whatever I was doing. I started deleting files, and I was deleting files on this machine instead. So, you know, things happens, right? So there is that, right? Mod center make client prediction. So the only problem with that would be if the client code takes longer to run. Basically, it consumes the entire frame buffer. You have to go in and out of Rust anyway, right? So if we look at it like this, right? So you're gonna have the game itself is gonna be, you know what? Let's go with some rusty colors here, right? The game server. Okay, you're done with something. Probably this thing. Yeah. All right, so it's just shutting down there. So the game server is running and will pass some data over to the mods, right? Or whatever this is, okay? Beautiful, right? But then this data has to translate back into the game server, into Rust again, right? So you're gonna go from Rust back to Rust, and you do this over and over again, right? And now it's kind of like a happy guy with glasses, if you wish. Give him a bit of hair as well. It's a bit on the flat side, but you know. And round it. So there's no more difficulty in making any. We're not doing predictions. We're doing frame interpolation, right? There's no harder doing that just because your code is passing through another step, right? I mean, or rather, let me rephrase that. If you do something stupid things will happen, right? It's as simple as that. Love games that have been modded natively, yeah. So natively, it's fine. You could argue, you could do a lot. This is going to be a very small, quote unquote, engine. Very limited, very small, with focus on networking. Game mods as well as modules are another interesting idea to Smash Stack. I have looked into that. At first I dismissed it, but then I kind of went back to it and said maybe, right? Maybe. How much different would be allowing Python to be the language to mod instead of Lua? Python is a terrible language to embed because you have zero sandboxing. If we embed a language, and I'm not saying Lua is like amazingly better or whatever, right? But Lua is kind of designed to be embedded. So embedding Lua is really good. Easy. It takes very little effort to embed Lua. Embedding Python means you need a Python interpreter. We probably could do this. There are some Rust Python interpreter written, but I don't know how easy they are to use. If you're going to use straight up Python and you're going to include Python standard library, that's going to be problematic in and of itself. So it depends on what your goal is, but I think embedding Python is a lot harder to do than embedding Lua, right? As a matter of fact, I think embedding JavaScript would be easier than embedding Python. Python is not an easily embeddable language, right? I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying Lua is a lot easier. Be a worm. I don't know what that means, Preven, but don't eat dirt. I don't know, Machine. You have to look that up. As far as I know, Pio3 is good for writing Python module. I don't think Pio3 is a runtime, but don't take my word for it. You have to look it up. Okay, so enough jibber jabber. So if we're going to run this standalone, then we're going to do server.run. So now, with that very, very little code, we can now run the server in standalone mode or as part of a client. So if you wanted to have something where you pass in a flag to start the server on a dedicated machine, for instance, you can now do so, right? That's funny, Marv. That's kind of like, I don't know, right? If you do, you can use dynamic linked library though, Marv. But then you end up with a problem of versioning. Okay, a mod could crash the entire game, right? If you run mods as WASM modules or as embeddable Lua or whatever, then you can protect yourself against crashes. If a mod is causing an unrecoverable error, you can simply omit that. But if you load the dynamic library, you cannot. You get a performance improvement, but you run the risk of things crashing, right? It says you can use Python. Okay, well, there you go. That's your answer, right? Gotta jump into a bag and slide around. I mean, why not? Okay, so let's change this to a match statement because that's how I roll. If standalone is true, then we do this. Otherwise, if it's false, then we do this. And then if we want to be extra fancy about this, we just do this. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful Rust code right there. Oh, like you wouldn't believe it, Priven. I slept for 11 hours. I slept for 11 gorgeous hours. I went to bed when I came home from the party. Kid's birthday party, not drinking party. You make the jokes, I can't be bothered. And then at 8 o'clock, I just went straight to bed, passed out, and I woke up at like 5 to 7 this morning. And I just laid in bed again, like, oh my god, it's sunlight. Oof. All right. I did, Wolf. Don't tell anyone that I have that superpower though, right? Because people get all like, oh no, kill him. Okay, so we have this. We can pass in a scene. Okay, so we have to decide where scenes live in this structure. Right now, I'm going to refer to my beautiful notes here to see if I have any. I say beautiful notes. This is my handwriting. Okay. You have a child's handwriting, but at least it doesn't have the handwriting of a serial killer. Player inclusion zone merge. There's a snapshot. There's creating snapshots. Networking. Resources. Camera texture, sprite, sound. Scenes, updating per snapshot. But nothing here in who owns the scene. Okay. Then, without knowing anything else, we're just going to stick the scenes on the server, right? Serial sleeper. Yeah, there you go, right? So let's say that the server has scenes, okay? And we'll make something called scenes. Let's make sure we don't already have that. Whoopsie, we're in the wrong place now. Let's go to get rid of the client, go to the server. And let's find scene in here. Is there such a thing called scene? No, but we're going to mark this up so they are easier to find. Snapshot. Snapshot's going to be the big thing. Scenes and scene. And scene. Okay. Then here we'll have a pub struct called scenes. Then we instantly regret that and make it public to the crate only. And that's going to have a root, which is anything that implements scene. And then it's going to have scenes here, which will be a vec or box down scene. Now, this is kind of a little bit gross, but it is fine for now. So we're going to do an implementation of scenes here. We have a new function. It's going to take a root. And scenes is just going to be an empty vec like that, right? So why is this problematic? Am I into Star Wars? Well, yes or no. I really like the 3 Star Wars movies that came out in sort of the 77 to 81 or 82. And then I don't know anything that has anything to do with Star Wars that happened since then. Now, if we're going to do this, we need the server to be generic over the scene as well, right? I kind of wish we could skip that, but we cannot. That's fine. So that becomes S. So then our scenes become scenes new scene, like that. Now, we are going to have to put some restraints where S is send and sync. It's not really important. And static again. Right? It's not really important, but you know. What are you talking about? Dine scene. What are you on about, just sausage? Where's the scene in this? Your life must be boring. I mean, yeah, no one's gonna argue that. Hello, Lucas. How you doing? How generic is this ending intended to be? Are you bidding for a specific project? Yes, Epic Blog. Well, maybe. Sort of. 2D as long as this. If you don't see Star Wars, then your life is boring. If you don't like Star Wars. No, you see, I like Star Wars. I don't like the perversion that Disney did, right? They kind of took this joyous thing from my childhood and they laid it on the ground and then they urinated on it in the name of squirting as much money out of it as possible. It was quite abysmal, if you ask me. And you did. So there you have it. Ah, right. That's why this doesn't work. Okay. So we're gonna do something very complicated here. Oh. We're gonna do something not very complicated. We're gonna do something a little bit silly here, okay? We're gonna have a an enum, not an enum. We're gonna have a No, the Ahsoka thing was so bad. I couldn't see through more than like the first 10, 15 minutes. The only interesting thing that happened was Andor. Andor had some promise, but then of course that seemed to have just disappeared. That was the only thing that showed any promise. The Ahsoka thing, my God, I've never seen someone acting, and I've never seen an actor or an actress be so disinterested in their own role, right? There was such a bad job at selling it. I just couldn't, man. Ugh. And season 2 is coming. Yeah, it was like the only thing that was interesting in that, right? Okay, so what are we gonna do with the server now? When we can do something like this, right? We're gonna have a state for the server, right? So let's make the server generic and hold pre-start that holds a root scene. Okay, let's use named fields. Okay, and then we have a struct called. We'll do this, right? So pre-start is gonna hold the root scene. Now this gets a little bit rubbishy. So we just have to change this to have actual scenes on it when we start it. But then we could have made this as a server builder instead, which would have been a little bit simpler. Yeah, let's do that instead of using type state. So let's have let's make another change here. We're gonna have pub struct builder. And we're gonna whack everything in there. We're gonna get rid of that. So what do we have a remote there? We don't need that. That we're gonna have that will be root scene. Let's import the builder. And we're gonna have the new function on the builder instead. Actually, the new function should return a builder. like so. And that's the root scene. Like that. There we go. Hello, Kanie. Now, that spawn function has to sit on the builder instead. So instead of doing self run here, we have to get the handle, and we're gonna move everything in here and create the server in here. Are scenes like a tree or just a list of different scenes who could become the current? Yes, but, and this is said at the beginning of the stream, so you might have missed this, the scene structure is flawed in this context because if you think about scenes in a normal game, with a scene stack, you basically put scenes on top of each other. So when you pause the game, you push a pause scene on top of the scene stack. So all input and everything goes to that scene. And when you're done with it, you pop that scene and you're back into the game, right? Very simple, very efficient, very single player. When we are going to have multiple scenes, where one of the scenes there might be multiple scenes representing different worlds, right? Theoretically, you could run 2 different games inside the same server, right? Because a game could just be represented as a scene, okay? There will be shared data between them, but so there's not really a reason why you could, but you could be something like UFO 50, right? Where every game is a scene, okay? Assuming you guys know what UFO 50 is, but you haven't been asleep under a rock. If you have, let me know if that was comfortable. But so that kind of works in that sense. By the way, thank you all for the follows. I kind of just missed that. So what happens when you have a multiplayer game and you push a scene on top of it? Well, then the world stops simulating and you pause the game for everyone, basically. So the scene stack doesn't really work here, but we know that it doesn't work, but we don't know what works. So given that, it's a little bit difficult to make any... We don't have a good solution, or rather, I haven't thought of a solution. And I'm not interested in suggestions to that yet, right? That's gonna come when I sit down at the table of Thinkery-Doodah and I sit there and I listen to music and I doodle in my book, and that's when I kind of like to think and solve all these problems, right? So I find it very fun. Right? Wow, why are there so many of these things happening? You guys are beautiful. Oh, Priven, thank you, I think, for something happening on Blue Sky. There's 2 reposts. I don't know what that means. Okay. Reposting everything game dev, news devlog, indie projects, and all your updates. Follow for the latest in game dev tools. Okay, so that's like a latest gaming buzz, right? Okay, cool. I suppose. I want to do a game jam with this, but game jam is going to be difficult to do. I did talk to Acton about this, about doing like a game jam. And I said, like, I don't really... This game is probably never going to be focused on running in the browser. But then if I want to do a game jam, I probably kind of have to. But you don't really have proper multi-threading in the browser. So actually, on that note, maybe I shouldn't do it this way then. Because then we can never run... We can't spawn the thread, can we? Oh, boo. Okay. Beanbag brainstorm? Absolutely. Interesting. But okay. I wish you could filter the entire world, but you cannot. Anyway, that aside. So, okay. Maybe spawning a thread here isn't ideal. Maybe we should work around this. Okay, now I have an actual concrete problem to solve. To make this truly single-threaded. If we can make it single-threaded, that means that we can write a game that could run in a browser, right? That is a bit of a commitment, though. And it has a problem. So if your game is running at 60 frames per second, that means that you cannot run your physics step at 66 frames per second, for instance, or your simulation step at 66 frames per second. Do I want to make that sacrifice? Well, this is a difficult question now. A game running with VSync enable on my machine will run at 60 frames per second, assuming the game is not terribly unoptimized, right? At most, it will run at 60 frames per second, which means you could not have a simulation step that has a higher frequency than that without using an additional thread. If you use an additional thread, you can no longer run this in the web, right? You can do 2 physics steps in 1 frame. Well, then you're, forget physics, but sure, physics, simulation, whatever, right? But then your option is 60 or 120, right? That is a very restricted budget in that case. You can't do 66, for instance, right? Now, 66 is just an arbitrary number. Don't get too hung up on that. But whatever it is that you want to do, you can't do it because you're limited, right? It becomes very awkward to do. I don't think that's a good idea either, Marv, because then you end up doing possibly way too much work and then not enough work, right? Having like this arbitrary step for it, you're still limited to the number 60, right? That's how almost all games do it. Do you have any resources about this, Longo? Can I see some? I would imagine that a lot of games would run this on separate threads today. We have a lot of cores in our machines. That is not a starved resource, right? Typically, you do as many physics steps in a frame to make sure that you got the close. Okay, forget physics. I should never have said physics because you guys got hung up on the word physics, okay? Think generic simulation then, okay? Right? Okay, I'm getting stuck into a conversation with you guys. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Right, so if we do this and we only run this on 1 thread, then we are limited to what we can do in 60 frames per second, right? If we run the simulation twice per frame, it doesn't really necessarily add anything, right? So go to your room, machine. Go to your room and stay there. No dinner for you. But yeah. Okay, let's not get hung up on this. Instead, we'll keep the multi-thread aspect of this and we solve that. And if we wanted to, let's write the server in such a way that we can drive it from wherever we want to instead, right? If you want to run the same function twice and then skip a frame or do however you want to do it, let's leave that down. No, we can't leave that to the client. That wouldn't work, right? Yeah, I should never have mentioned the word physics. I see how that was a little bit of a that was kind of a bit regretful. Okay, that was, I should not have mentioned that word. Think simulation though, right? Yeah, rendering is subject to what you set up, whether you use Mailbox or VSync or you run as fast as possible. There's a lot of things that drives the rendering, right? I guess you mean wife just left, or not wide. Yeah, all right. So I'm not streaming now. I'm sitting here reading chat. Okay, right. My bad. All right, let's do this thing. Let's implement the server in this case, right? And let's do this with a builder. We can solve this later on. Don't worry about it. So that means that we need an implementation for the builder here. Well, it's not going to have a new function. The builder is created through... Oh, shit. There it's already there. The builder is created through this guy. And now this one, the builder is just going to have a root scene. And when we finish this thing, whether we do it through spawning or not, that's what's going to matter. So in the run function, we do this. Okay, wait. Why are you looking so awkward? Because we're missing that, are we? No. That shouldn't be there. Oh, good grief. Where did I leave this off now? So we spawn the thread. We're going to have the run function there. Return the server handle. And it's the run function that will do all the setup like that. And the server itself is going to have all of the things that we want from the builder, except it has the scenes as well. So the shaders probably... I don't know if the shader's going to be there or not, right? The players can they be created as part of that or not? Well, we don't know what we need yet, so we'll skip that. That is just going to be scenes where we have scenes generic over S here. So we're doing this because the ownership rules of Rust. If we do this, then the root scene can be sensing and static, which means we can move it across thread boundaries when we do this. But then for the run function, we can create this empty list. The reason we can't do this is because the scenes themselves could have scenes that aren't. We could also have added a constraint to it, but we don't need to, right? We don't need to add a constraint. This one creates the builder. We should probably call this builder for now then. Don't love the word, but we'll do it. Then we have the run function. Aren't shaders only important to the client? Yes, but the client needs to be able to get the shaders from somewhere. Run the server, taking ownership of the server. Use this directly and run it standalone. And okay, so in the run function, here is where we can create an instance of self. So this one doesn't actually... yes, this one does do just that. That's exactly what it does, right? So self.run, this one creates the server, server like so, and we're gonna take all of this and whack it onto the server itself, like so. That will just be self.shaders, that will be self.players, self.world, although I'm not sure about that one. And then finally self.snapshot frequency and self.update frequency, like so. Unclosed bananas. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so that's the server being created. We need another bracket for the function itself. That's probably why it's griping at me. So now we can call server.run. There's one thing we're missing, which is why we did all of this. So first of all, we don't need these comments here. They already exist, right? Now in the run function, sorry, scenes here. Wait, this shouldn't compile. And it doesn't. There we go, right? So scenes can be scenes new self.root scene. And that arduous little gymnastic session gets us around having to say that the scenes are send, sync, and static. They might end up being that in the end, but we're not forcing that right now. Okay, so we're going to whack a new set of scenes in here, pass the root scene in there, and now we can write the functionality we need for updating and inputting into a scene, right? So let's have a pub function called update. If I could spell update, that would be great. And we're also going to need a scene index in this case. And this is where things get a little bit dangerous, okay? Because we could now call an update which doesn't actually work, right? If the scenes change position, for instance, then this becomes a problem, right? This is one of the many issues. If this is one of the many issues, if we want to use the scene stack, right? Which is another reason why the scene stack is not good. Yes, exactly what Longer is saying, right? So everything is on the server. The client is simply in charge of sampling input and sending that input to the server, and it gets snapshots from the server, right? It's very, very simplistic. Oh, I was very confused by that. All right, cool. So update and input. Now, input needs to know which player it is, right? So we could theoretically hold a scene for a player instead. So we could do something like track which players or which connections is currently observing what scene, and we can deal with that instead, right? But right now, we're just going to write something simple here. Maybe we don't bother, really. Let's not bother. No, not yet. This thing should never exist outside of the crate, so we'll make the pub to the crate alone. I mean, so is the struct, so the struct would never be able to do anything outside of the crate, right? You can update the scene such that the top scene is updated first, and if it returns true, the lowest scene. No, that doesn't work, Longer, right? All right, let me draw this up so it makes sense, okay? We have a set of scenes here, okay? This is our scene stack, right? This is your start menu in your game, okay? You start the game, so we push the game world on top of the stack. So all your inputs and everything goes to this game world. Then you pause the game, so you have a pause scene on top of the top of the stack, right? But this world is being used by all the other people that are connected to your server to play your game. So while you are dealing with the pause menu, none of these dudes are getting any updates because there's no updates happening here. All the updates just happening in the top scene, right? So that's why it doesn't work, right? Okay, so let's get back into it, right? We're 24 minutes away from stretching and tea. Cooperative pausing, exactly, right? You pause the game for everyone. Imagine going to the movies with someone who has the remote control for the film. So there's 100 people watching the movie, and Kevin's like, I'm going to the toilet now, and pause the movie for everyone. And it's at number 2, and I'm really slow. Right? Kevin. Okay, so we kind of walked around that issue with them not being send and sync by creating a builder, which means that our client should now be broken. So let's just go into this and run this. That's going to be builder for that to work. And that's all the changes we had to do, right? We don't know longer. That's what I'm saying. I can't possibly, and neither can you, because we can't say what they're supposed to look like or do because we don't know what we need just yet, right? So we're kind of in a bit of a limbo state. So we're going with the scene stack until we know what we need to do, because we know what's wrong with the scene stack, right? Exactly, right? But which world is it though, like Marv? Right? If you have, say, 30 worlds running at the same time, I don't know why you would, but if you do, then you can't differentiate between. Well, I mean, you can, but it just means that you need a different layout, right? But we're not gonna solve that yet because we don't know what it's gonna look like. Is my can we do this? Will this be fine? No, because that needs a reference to self, obviously. Silly sausage. Do we need to move that? No, we don't. And why couldn't we run? Yeah, no, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. It's fine. So here we can say the S is send and sync. If we took this away, this would no longer work, right? Because you can't send that. However, we are not restricting the rest of the scenes to be different, right? All right, so we have the server. We're going to call run on the server, which will now do what we want it to do. And it will call the update on the server. Okay, so can we... No, we're going to have a panic at the end of the update function. Okay, so that kind of solves us having the scenes. Now a local game and a network game works the same. The only difference is where a local game would have the game world as a scene, it ends up with a network scene as the scene. Hello Celestial, how you doing? It ends up with a network scene as the as where the game scene would be, right? So what do we do next then? We have the input sampling. Okay, I think the next thing that we have to solve, and this is going to be the difficult one. Well, I say that, but we're not actually doing anything with a scene. We call simulate world, and we call send snapshot and pull input. I don't know. Last update to send snapshots and pull inputs, right? Okay, so we're gonna do that, but there you go. Well, there you go. So that you didn't know that until you did the debugging, did you? So that makes sense. Now, when we call world update, this would imply that the world has the scenes then, right? This should not be here. Okay, so I don't remember why I wrote this, but maybe we don't do that. Maybe we call scenes update instead. But then that doesn't sit right with me. And here's another thing. We need to do things like know how frequently we're going to send the snapshots, okay? If you have a client with a very poor connection, that means that that client is not going to need the snapshots 20 times a second, right? Maybe it can't handle that. Maybe you would literally saturate the connection if you did that. So maybe we should send it something like 10 times or 5 times a second to that particular client. So sending snapshots really need to know the frequency for which to send snapshots to that particular client, right? So maybe in our send snapshot function, we'll do something like check the frequency per connection to know if the snapshot should be sent or not, right? Given a slow connection, it would be it would possibly saturate the connection if the snapshot frequency is too high. Right, there we go. Hello, Kabenja, how you doing? Coding is an emotional roller coaster, you better believe it, right? So we know that we have to do this. The world simulation, on the other hand, is fine. Let's go and add this function to update self though, right? Now, in the scene has one global update function, which should affect the scene state. And now we're getting to the meat of it. All right, this is where we're getting to something more complicated. But I'm gonna wait with this until I made myself a cup of tea, because this is going to be a big this is a big unknown to me. Okay, so I might want your help with this. Okay, I might want your help with this. So I will ask some questions, and maybe you guys have an answer. And this is gonna be down to, well, all right, wait, 60. You know what? We could just take the tea break now. Okay, let's do that, and then we can chat a little bit and see if I can express the conundrum well enough to you. Okay, hang on to your sockets. All right, then we got ourselves 1 minute and 57 seconds for the tea to be brewed, right? Oh wow, what did I miss? 4 notification. Oh no. Thank you, Temporis. But I don't want that now. Okay, I don't want. We're gonna solve the actual problem now. We're gonna look at the big issue, right? We'll deal with the loop later. Okay, we have a bigger fish to fry now. We got a big fish. We got a whale of a fish to fry. Don't fry the whales though. Shave the whales, right? Bearded whales, very confusing. So yeah. Scare you into submission, machine. Let me see if I can. Yeah, all right. 56 seconds. Then we have some tea. All right. See, you gotta get up and stretch a little bit. Have you stretched your legs today? Maybe you need to just get up, walk around for a bit, stretch your legs. Maybe think about something you've been putting off. All right. That takes about 3 minutes to do. Take out the rubbish. All right. Load the dishwasher. Unload the dishwasher. Make yourself a cup of tea. Why don't you do that now? All right, we've got 30 seconds to spare, and you don't want to be here for the start of this either, because it'll be a lot of waffling. You know, actually, that's the whole stream. You can't go anywhere. Did you see the Fantastic Four trailer? No, superhero movies are about as appealing to me as the stuff you find in your belly button during a shower. Right? It's just not. Being responsible. Longer. All right, tea time. Nice thing. Okay. There we go. £8 t-shirt, Rich. £8 for a t-shirt isn't bad. Oh, so the pound sign is on the wrong side of the 8, but that's fine. I'm sorry, intricate. I might have missed it, but so if you guys say something to me and I don't reply to it, I might be ignoring you, or I might just have missed it. Okay, you'll never know, and neither will I. All right, £8 is a steal for a t-shirt. Yeah, I think that's probably what I pay for this thing, close to, right? Okay, well, if you guys are done getting fashion advice from Twitch streamers, let's hop to the actual problem, okay? Every scene is going to generate data where all the sprites are in the world, if a sound should be playing, and all these things, right? So we need a way to collect this data. There better not be a spider on my foot or I'm going to freak the flip out. It was not. So there was... So there's the scene that holds all this information, right? It can hold all this information. So I need a way to gather all this information into a snapshot that we send to the client, right? And I'm a little bit unsure where I'm going to start with this. All right. So let's say that we have a... You're fine with the way... Yeah, but it feels like I'm palming the problem off on other people as well. But as a streamer, you kind of refer to everything as we. We clean the office. We make dinner. We're writing software. All right. It's a lot of multiple personalities in streamers, isn't it? Right. Anyway. Let's go with this then, right? So we have some data in a scene, and that data might be where your sprite is in the world, and that has to be included in a snapshot. We also need to know if it was in the previous snapshot, and finally, we need to know if that snapshot has been acknowledged. Okay, so you have to be able to diff snapshots. Okay. Which means the snapshots has to be homogeneous. They have to be diffable, right? So we can say the last snapshot for this player that wasn't act, right? Let's take a snapshot here, and let's say that we have an owner, which is a player ID. It has act, which is a bool. Whoops, bool, right? Says we're going to be sending this over the network if the recipient hasn't said, it's UDP, right? If the recipient hasn't said, oh yeah, I got that snapshot, then we need to merge this snapshot with the next snapshot. So we don't send the same data over and over again. But if, let me show you this a little bit, right? Let's say that we have a player's position in the world, right? Everything's squares. So let's not draw such nice squares, okay? There we go, right? That's the player's position in the world. He's a little bit evil and smirky, okay? And this is on frame 1, okay? Temporis is doing it again. Frame 2, we have not acknowledged the player's position in the world, right? But we do something else. We move a ball in the world, okay? Very nice and round. Okay, a rock has moved in the world, okay? We never acknowledge this frame, right, where the player moved. And in frame 2, a ball moves, okay? So when we create the snapshot for frame 2, we have to include this guy, right? Let's say that we had... Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. This isn't working. All right, we'll do excali draw instead for now. Only for now, just because I can't move things around, okay? What happened there? Right. So on frame 1, oh, Nelly, you should have no background. This is going to be frame 1. Yes, okay. Frame 2 and frame 3. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, if we in frame 2, we're moving the player. Okay. Thank you. That's the a player move. It's not H in play here. All right. So we have a player move, and here we're going to have a rock move. Okay. But this frame has not been act. So we have to take this and combine it with this, right? So we have to include this thing there. Now in frame 1, if a rock moved here to a different rock, move, and we act this thing, then we're fine, right? So we mark that one as green, that one as green, and that one as not green, and then we can see this a little bit better, right? Well, I just got tea, no croissants for me. So that's kind of how we have to compose these snapshots, right? Or frames. So we have to, if we act frame 1, we're good. If we create frame 2, we send it, but we never get an act back for it, then we have to include frame 2 with frame 3, right? If that makes sense. This means that anything that is part of it, and let's do this as well, right? Let's say that there's a frame 4 in all of this as well, shall we? Frame 4. Now, if there's a rock move here, actually we need 4 and 5 as part of this. And we're not going to act 4, okay? So 4 is going to be beautiful in red. Like so. And a rock moves in frame 4. And a rock moves in frame 5, we don't actually need to merge this with this because this value will be overwritten by the new value. So we have values that aren't present or IDs that aren't present in one frame is added to the next frame if the value isn't present in that frame and the frame has not been act, right? So we can say a value that isn't included in the previous snapshot values that are not included in the previous snapshot. Chicken? Tinga? Yeah, all right. I can make it work, don't worry. Oh, chicken. No, that's wrong, Longo. But don't worry about it. We can't all be perfect. Hang on. Longo, it was being a little tongue-in-cheek there saying you're wrong, but if we go to Valve Engine Networking, maybe. Let's see. Oh, look, I've been there somehow. All right. Somewhere in here. Anyway, you can read this if you want to, but this is it doesn't send the entire snapshot. It sends diffs, and that's what we do. Values that are not included in the previous snapshot is include in the previous snapshot if the snapshot was not act is included in the new snapshot. Values that are not included, that are included in the previous snapshot, but is also included in the current one is overwritten with the new values, right? So that's what we do for this, right? Yes, maybe that's a little bit misleading. Nice face save there. Thank you for the red space. Enjoy your lunch, mate. Enjoy your lunch. Oh, are you guys a little bit upset? All right. Anyway, sorry. Okay. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Okay, so values are not including the previous one. It's only including the current one. Will be all written with the new values. Yeah, they are the diffs. They're not the snapshots. So values that are included in the previous, but are not including the current one, is all written with new values. We don't even know if we need to take snapshots of the world. We only really need to do that if we're gonna do this where we send the snapshots off for processing, right? Okay. Ooh. Let's skip this song. So this way we minimize the entire state that we're sending, right? Let's call this something else. Let's call this diff then. Yeah. There we go. So we overwrite the values because there's no reason to send stale data, right? But the thing that I would like to hear some thoughts on is, how do we organize this data? That is the question. How do we make this vote? Why does it say vote? No, it shouldn't say vote. It should say it should say tea break. Tea break. Like that. There we go. Hello, Scott. And no, it's just that all my black t-shirts are in the wash. That's the only reason. It's so I mean white t-shirts until the black ones are dried. I did find a short-sleeved shirt that still fits me, so maybe I can wear that one day. But all my shirts don't. None of my shirts fit me anymore. It's very frustrating. Oh yeah, I am almost always wearing black t-shirts. I have maybe 4 white t-shirts, and that's what I wear when all the black t-shirts are in the wash, basically. I'm a very simple person for various reasons. Okay, so this is the thing. How do we do this? So we need a way to represent a diff as well, right? Yeah, oh no, it's the same here, machine. But I probably, well, my kid's not home, so I'll probably be fine. But normally, yeah, there'd be some. I mean, I can actually see food stains on this one right now, so you're not wrong. Hello, Coding Grey, how you doing? It's been a hot minute. What are you up to? Let's see, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna store the data for this, right? So the data has to be a. So now this gets a little bit ropey, okay? All good. Thank you for the follow. Maybe you unfollowed me because I had like a very strong different opinions than you one day, and you're like, this guy, man, I can't believe I ever followed him. Okay, so we need to store the data in some uniform way, right? Now this is a little bit ropey, a little bit iffy, that we're gonna I would be surprised if you didn't. Go for it, Coding Grey. But I did C++ once. What do you want from me? It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, so if we allocate a vector every time, that gets a little bit iffy with the diffy, because there becomes like a lot of allocations per frame for this. We can solve this by dividing some memory into regions for each player. They do Arnold C. What's Arnold C? I don't know what that is. So we can do this by getting a chunk of memory that we borrow for each player. So let's say that each player gets a pre-allocated size of memory to use that we just write into, and then we clear that. So we can make it like a ring buffer for each player, right? A programming language based on one-liners of Arnold. Stop whining and start coding. Yes, very good. That was not an Arnold impression, by the way. That was just my weird voice. Okay, so what do we need to store in here? Oh, and more importantly, You want Python? Well, I'm a little bit done writing Python in my life, Jonil. I spent so many years with it, and I've already forgotten a lot. So I spent, I don't know how many years with Python, probably 10, 15 years, in and out, right? But I doing mostly Python, but other things as well. And I've already forgotten so much of it, but it's a fine enough language though. I know there's a lot of people who don't like Python, and that's fine, right? You like, and what you don't like, you don't like. Facts. Okay, so but for now, let's just allocate a vector and be done with it. So what now we need to store the diffs in there. Hello, Nick, how you doing? Cobol. I mean, you like what you like. Now we need to store the data in here. And what is this data going to be? All right, let's just put a unit in there for now. Oh, really? Where did that come from? People don't, Johnny, Python is one of the most popular programming languages in the world. There are definitely more, it's like pop music, okay? People don't say that they like Python because there's so many people out there programming Python and they are enjoying it, right? It's like pop music. You hear a lot of people say they don't like pop music, but still the majority likes pop music because it is popular music, right? By its very definition, okay? So you're going to hear a lot of people saying they don't like Python, but that's because everyone else likes Python, right? Pascal is fine, right? Yeah. Indeed, Gree. So what are we gonna do with this? Okay, now we kind of know how all of this fits together, right? We have to be able to compare one diff to another. So we have to be able to diff our diffs. So let's make these part of something, right? Let's say that we have a pub struct. Oh man, everything's so public. Pub struct diffs and create yourself. There we go, right? So let's divide diffs by player ID then, right? So each player owns its own set of diffs. Now, this thing shouldn't be an issue as a secondary map or an associated map, where the key is the player ID and the value is a diff. Well, it's not a single diff. It's going to be n number of diffs, right? So diff storage, maybe. But how many diffs do we retain? Actually, we only need to store 2 diffs, okay? Something that holds a... Actually, we only need to store the past diff, right? We only need to store the past diff. So when we make a new one, let's pass in an associated map here instead. There we go, right? Okay, you guys have been way too quiet. You're now losing your privilege to have opinions on this. So we're going to make a new diff here. We're going to return that diff. Probably we'll return a reference to that diff instead. So we need to find the old one if there is an old one. And we need to use the old one to create the new one. So let's say old is going to be self.diffs.get player. I'm going to panic down here because we want this to get into a state of compiling. Why would we expose the diffs? I don't think we do. So let's get rid of them from there. Let's bring that in. Oh, polling is supposed to return a diff. Ah. Maybe we get rid of you for the time being. I don't really see us using the diffs just yet. Where did I put the diffs now? In the scene. Okay, we probably want to move these somewhere else though. But okay, so we're going to get the old diff and it might be what we base the current stuff off, right? No, you've been quiet for too long. You guys have lost your privilege to have opinions on this, okay? You just left me hanging trying to figure this out myself, right? You just watched me suffer. Now you renounced your rights to have opinions on this, okay? All right. So if we create a new diff, if we have an old diff, we want to create one from an old diff, right? I wonder if we could do something. Well, that's your diffs of opinion though, Mad Moose. Can we do an impl here? Impl. No, we would have to do them with extension trait. I don't want to do that. All right, so then we have to set one though. Easy enough to create. And we can now insert it. Right? But the data has to be dealt with here. And creating the data is the more important aspect of this. So maybe that's what we do. We have data in here and we pass in all of the aforementioned data as an input to this. We have to construct this in some meaningful way. If we make this mutable. No, we can't do that. Okay, well, we're going to have to own it anyway. So I guess what we could do is pass in a vec here. So here we need to add and we need to add if this thing is not act. That's what I have to do. Now we can't do this yet because we don't have this this functionality in Rust yet. It's coming, right, with something called Rust chainable if-let or if-let chains, right? Expected to be stabilized in 2024 edition. Yeah, thank you. Really out of date knowledge. But this is not stable yet. So the iflet can we get Rust iflet chain to see this? This thing looks a bit wily, but okay. So in this case, you'll be able to put this thing at the end of this, right? But where's the stabilization of this? Does it? No, it doesn't link to it. Okay. Meh. All right. Where's the iflet chain? Stability. It's not stable. It's the RFC maybe. One of these things is gonna link to the RFC. Okay, take two. So this has been merged already a long time ago. Tracking issue. Let's see where we are. Here we are. Okay, implement the RFC. Formatting new syntax. That one seems bigger than not. It almost made it, yeah. So that one, initial stabilization, second stabilization, really. So that's what's the holdback here? Okay, let's go to the bottom of this then. Okay. Okay, it looks promising though. How up to date do I stay with Rust? Do I look into most recent features and try to implement into new code while you write? Yes and no. If there's something I need, then yes. But I'm also aware that so Rust is pretty unique, right? In that you kind of expect most people to be on the latest stable version of Rust. The majority of people are ish, right? Assuming you're not using Debian and you're confused and use the Debian version of Rust, which is there to build Debian packages, not to be your Rust compiler. But there you go, right? It happens. So unless you're doing that, then you're most likely going to be on a very up-to-date Rust version. But these days, the new features aren't as revolutionary as there was pre-2018. So when I started using Rust back in edition 2015 or pre-edition, editions didn't exist when I started using Rust, then new features were really exciting. And I was quite excited for various releases. These days, they're not that exciting. I think the most interesting thing we got now is upcasting. I needed to use that for one project I worked on, but I haven't got around to do anything about it. So, you know. No, that's a very old mentality, Moose, to be on nightly. But that's how it used to be, right? So if we have old, and so what we could do here, if we want to, so I've been quite lazy with being expressive in my Rust code, but if we really wanted to be, right, and skip these nested if statements here, we can do so. What is upcasting? Other than chundering, it's when you cast a type to another type. So let me give you an example here. Let's say that we have there's no main function there. Let's go in here, okay. Right, let's say that we have a trait here. Trait foo that implements any. Actually, let's go with the trait other. And this implements other. Now, if I do this, oh shit, I broke something. Oh crud. All right. Hang on, I broke something. That's supposed to be a diff, but we're not exposing that. That's wrong. So, okay, we're going to get rid of the snapshot function. That doesn't belong anymore. Okay, there we go. Right, back to our main function. So if we do this and we have a function that takes foo, now we can cast this to another if we want to, right? Okay, this was not possible with old Rust, right? So we could call functions now, or we could do downcasting or upcasting of this thing, right? So what does that mean? That means that we could do this. We can take this and say any here. So we can now take this thing, downcast it to any. And now we can say other downcast ref T here, right? As long as T is static. So what that means is that we can downcast foo into an any. In the past, we would have to do things like impl. We would have something like an any foo. And then we do impl T any foo for T where T implements foo, right? And then from here, we would have to have a function called sAny maybe that returns a dyn any. Like this. And now this function is simply going to return a reference to self. So this is a little bit awkward to do. What are you griping about? Oh, static fart. Okay, now this thing isn't a thing anymore, right? So now you would have to do foo.sAny to get the any type of that one. Oh, but even more frustrating to do this, right? But let's just throw an impl in here so I don't have to deal with that, right? All right, foo plus static. Right, blah. Okay, now other can be that and we can do this, okay? But I have to add this to get there, right? So we don't need this with upcasting. With upcasting, we can just say any here. And we can upcast this to any. And be done with it. If that makes sense. So that's what we can do with it. It's not something you can... Most new Rust features you can be without. But... they are more like quality of life changes and things like that, right? Okay, let's get back to this thing. Where are you, Diffie? There we go. All right, yeah. So this could be written in a more elaborate fashion where we don't need nested if. So we already know what type this is. It's a diff, right? Okay. What are we interested in here? We're interested in the data. Okay, we no longer, whoops, where did you go? There we go. So we no longer have an old in here. All we have is the old data. Okay. But we're only interested to deal with this if it hasn't been act. So we can say act is true. False. Sorry, false. Like that. So when we deconstruct this thing, this value, it has to be an option that is sum, and it has to be a diff. Well, we already know that. We're getting the data, but act has to be false, right? So we don't need this. This is arguably a almost more sensible way of doing this, since we don't have to nest the if statements. Well, it's a matter of preference, right? Nothing else. There are no major versions, machine. There is only Rust 1. There is no Rust 2. Rust 2.0 will never be, right? I would counter that Epic blog and say they need to shut up and get on with it. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean that the developers need to shut up and get on with it. I mean that the people who are bike shedding issues to death need to shut up and get on with it. Do you know how long if extract, which was even if extract, drain filter, which is not even called that anymore, has been stuck in, it's released now, but it's been stuck since 2017, mostly because of bike shed. It's a little bit of a conversation about, there was like a sensible conversation about the dropping of the values, but a lot of it, if you read the comments on drain filter, vec drain filter, if you were to read, don't read it because your brain will just cry and die. And I didn't even know brains could do that, right? Well, it's not a GitHub issue. But this thing was opened in 2017. And how many nonsense conversations are there for this thing? It's called extract if now. But I wonder if this is the main issue, though. I think this might be the main issue for VEC. 314 nonsensical issues, right? Like a lot of this is bike shedding, and that frustrates me so much. Bike shedding and nitpicking are like junior developers in a meeting that have found their voice. Good for them, but oh my god, do they hold up the meeting, okay? It's some in a company that might be a necessary evil, but oh my god, okay? And like all the I agree. So a lot of this is just completely nonsensical, right? And it's just on and on and on and on, and you kind of be like, just come on. It's been years. We're into 2018 and more blah blah blah, right? 2019 and the nonsense continues. Okay. Oh, it shouldn't be called drain filter because of blah blah. Here's an essay. Off, man. I mean, some of these might be valuable, okay? But, okay, so we're into 2020 now, and the conversations are still going. And you'd think at this point the drain filter, or now as it known, extract if, is some kind of insane feature, okay? But if you go to the VAC and you look at extract if, okay. It's not. Wait, is this? Yeah, this is stable. No, it isn't. I thought this was stable. It's still not stabilized. Oh my god. All right, you're making a new extract if. All right, cool. What does that look like? Okay, there's nothing amazing here. As a matter of fact, there's nothing amazing in any of this. it's all very straightforward, right? You could read and unpack this code. It wouldn't blow your mind, right? It's still open. I thought they stabilized it. They haven't even stabilized it yet. Oh my god! But yeah, the amount of bike shedding, it's frustrating. And there's a horrible thing. People talk about open source software and be like, "Oh, open source software is dangerous, bad, whatever." Pfft, shut up then and go and give Adobe your money. I don't care. Please don't, because they don't deserve it. But it's like, fix it instead of bitching about it, right? If you got a big problem with it, fix the word. No, okay, jokes aside, right? When you start the bike shedding cycle, the bike shedding cycle of an issue, that means that everyone who comes after you, if the issue isn't resolved, everyone who comes after you has to read through your bullshit comments, right? Oh, I don't like this. The syntax, it shouldn't be called if. It should be called F instead. All right, this is bad. I had an uncle who got run over by an if statement. So, I find if offensive, okay? My mom was an if statement, so I think they're perfect, right? And you got that shit, and now people, if the person who works on the issue goes, I don't have time to fix this, right? I don't have time to dedicate more of my life. You've already drained me of the will to write software and possibly live, right? So I'm going to walk away from this issue. Next person who turns up has got 300 issues to siphon through, right? And it's like, oh, it's a bullshit comment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 million bullshit comments I have to read through to get to what makes sense. And as you're reading this, you're trying to collate the data to compress it into something that holds value, right? You're supposed to take people's opinions and all that into account. And it's like one dude never contributed anything. They just want to go in there and say, well, I have an opinion about something. I'm like, shut up already. Let people fix it. If your issue is with a name, then just make a bloody alias, okay? Well, don't do that, because that's dumb, right? There's so much in programming that we could just accept and get on with, right? And we can actually be productive. I would hold that these people, some of these people are like theoretical programmers. They don't do any programming, right? And they're happy to hold up the issue. It's like standing in the middle of traffic and go like, you guys have to listen to me. I don't like the way this traffic looks. And everyone's just trying to get to work. But this asshole is standing in the middle of the road going like, traffic is bad. We should think about the Ninja Turtles. And he's like, oh, god damn it, get out of here, man. Just let me get to work already. I don't even want to go to work. I have to go to work. You're making it worse with your stupid. Okay, what was I talking about? Yeah, anyway. Okay. Most of them suck. Yeah, and nobody asked, right? That is like my biggest. Did you guys see this? Okay, I'm gonna show you this because it's so stupid. Okay, and as an outsider, I can laugh at this thing, right? So don't get me wrong. I understand that there are people who might have some kind of issue with this. Right, like you might feel like, oh, this is bad, but let me see if I can find this now. There we go. This is what people have an issue with, okay? Recently, I've been seeing injected into in various GNOME GitLab pages the image of an anime girl and something about Anubis. Pretty wild. If that's your idea of wild, you should go out more often, okay? If this is wild to you, then go outside, okay? Is this some sort of ongoing attack on the site? I mean, you could just read about it, but okay. I also observed slower loading overall and failed loading of various GitLab components lately. Okay. My girlfriend is going to be mighty upset if she thinks I'm into that kind of thing. How insecure are you? Or how unstable is your relationship if you can't tell your girlfriend you're into anime? Okay. I mean, how nervous are you? Like, oh shit, what if she finds out that I'm into anime, right? Oh my god. If this is in any way legit, please change the image to something gnome related and or trustworthy. Okay. I don't know the trustworthy thing, right? At this part, I can understand, right? The image, if this is something you added, you can make this gnome related if this is a gnome specific thing, but it isn't though. Okay. It isn't. She sounds like a keeper. I mean, honestly, if this is a second point, and also more importantly, if the second point is your relationship and the first point is an attack on the side, maybe you have your priorities wrong, okay? Right? But to be honest, all right, I mean, do you really think that your spouse or your girlfriend's gonna be like, I didn't know you're into anime. We've been married for 40 years. Now you tell me you're into anime? Go yourself. I'm out of here with some. I'm gonna go and hang out with someone who lives in the real world. Okay, not someone who hangs out on GitLab all the time. And this just continues. This is just getting like dumber and dumber at this point. Okay. Someone explains this is a reverse proxy that uses proof of work to challenge to block potential AI scrapers from hitting the GNOME GitLab, which have caused significant downtime in the past. Seems like a good thing. I think customizing the page for GNOME might be an idea worth exploring. Okay. I think they charge money if you want to do that, right? Oh my god, thank you. I have searched prior to posting for both Anubis and Anubis from within and came up with empty relevant results. Is that true? Anubis from within. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. This does not actually yield any useful results. Yeah, I support that, right? I can get behind that. But I do still find number 2. I mean, like, I don't even know if you're being serious when you're doing this, okay? Yeah, so that, I mean, obviously you could probably have clicked on that, right? But okay. GNOME doesn't have control of what it is displayed, meaning it's done by Anubis. The anime girl is a ridiculous choice for many reasons. Oh my god, okay? It's like, oh, I found out that my friend is gay. I can't hang out with them anymore because people might think I'm gay. That's the vibe I'm getting from comments like this, okay? I would very much like to see changed or removed. There really is no reason for an image at all. Customizing for GNOME would be a good move, I think. If we're throwing around personal opinions about the Anubis sign, I have no issue with it. It's a nice way to display the status check, not just a generic icon or text. All right, I have a look in the tick. Though I can understand if its customizations look more like GNOME or more generic. Please don't change the image. I want to see an anime girl when I access GNOME GitLab. My girlfriend also wants you to see her. They ask for financial compensation for running instances of Anubis with the character removed. So there you go, right? At this point, the issue should be closed, but it isn't. I was somewhat concerned the first time I saw GitLab do this. And whilst I do agree with the very suggested that we could this it as an opportunity to remind people of parts of the heck or otherwise something generally GNOME. I really can't say I understand the sentiment of the anime girl is a ridiculous choice for many reasons. Of more concern, I'd say the unclear copyright situation. Oh my god. Like you really want to dig up something, right? This adds nothing, right? None of this adds anything of value to a conversation. My only concern is if deploying Anubis could affect indexation in traditional search engines like DDG or Google, it would make more difficult to find information or reported issues or code example, even though there is a search engine here in this course or another one. Wait, what are you saying? That the image is gonna make it difficult to find GNOME-related information? I think I'm answering my own question because I've made a test with Google bot user agent. All right, okay. Do you mean that they're going to prevent indexing? That's what they mean. Okay, that's what they mean. Seeing the usages, I'm like, okay, I don't care about that. Unless you have a proposal and a budget for replacing Anubis with a CDN with protection against hostile web scrapers, all these arguments are pointless bike shed. Yes, and the conversation could have ended there, but it doesn't, right? If you're intimidated or put off by a drawing that appears on average for less than 5 seconds, I strongly recommend you turn off your computer, Godside. Oh my god, that is hilarious. That is hilarious, okay? And this is such a ridiculous thing. If you genuinely care that much, right? My kid's really into anime. She draws anime characters, and she's quite good at drawing as well. I'd be happy to put an anime character on my game engine, even if I don't care for it at all, right? I would happily do that. But maybe someone wants to look at my source code and they feel intimidated by my kid's anime drawing. Oh shit. What if people get really what if people get intimidated by my incessant use of bunnies? What if my wife finds me unpleasantly unmanly for liking bunnies? Oh my god. Whew. I better go and get some chainsaws or something to express my manliness. I can just stand and rev it next to the TV in the living room, and it's like, "What are you doing, your ass? I'm trying to watch TV." I'll be like, "I'm just being manly with my chainsaw. Later, I'm gonna go and look at some car parts. Do you want to come around, right? Can I put posters of half-naked girls on my walls as well? Snap, right? Come on, people." It's delightfully stupid, right? If your relationship will change based on an image of GitLab, I mean, how do you even browse the web? But honey, could you leave? I have to search for something. It's not pornography. I just don't want anime girls to turn up, and you think I'm into that? Okay, it's a real problem. Okay. Why only half naked? I bet you did that as a kid. Search for pornography. I'm not going to answer that. Shout out Ebasi, A-level comment. Yeah. Picture of half naked bunnies on the wall to throw everyone for a loop. Yes. Oh, how disturbing. But yeah, no, it's just insane the way people live their lives. By the way, I still haven't watched anime. I was talking to Christoph and I was gonna watch some anime. Thank you, Nick. Is that you saying get back to the program, you sweaty old nerd? How you doing, Inactive? Oh, speaking of which, I wish I would have brought my phone upstairs when I made the tea, because we're not on a tea break anymore. Because the bunny was sleeping, and it was sleeping outside of its little house, and it's so adorable when it does that. Temporus, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There we go. 8 subs, many subs. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Temporus. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Oh. When we were talking about animal bunnies anyway, oh, they're quite prevalent in my world, Joss. I have bunny icons for all the subs. The Discord has a bunny icon. I named my game engine Bunjin. So bunnies I have bunnies, all right? I've had pet bunnies for a while. They run around the house. 2 of them have died now, so there's only 1 left. But they're just roaming free in our house. And so like bunnies became very centric. For a while, he got sick, so I used to have him in my lap on stream, feeding him from time to time as well. So yeah, the stream has sort of garnered a bit of a bunny-centric personality. I don't really talk about bunnies a lot, except right now. But yeah, so that became a thing. And if you're going back to the classic mentality, I wouldn't say bunnies are as manly as lions or dinosaurs. Two animals which I'm not allowed to have at home, by the way. Otherwise, I would have expressed my manliness by having a wild T-Rex in my living room, right? Yes, Mad Moose. But I do have a bunny hat though, right? And I guess in the interest of the sub blast from Temporis, let me go full bunny here. Now, unfortunately, I can't listen to the music when I'm wearing this, but at least I can express my manliness with this hat, right? And if the wife comes in and sees me like this, it's the end of our relationship. That my marriage will die if she sees that I'm wearing this, okay? Anyway, a human-sized nose. Oh, good grief, no. But is there... Hang on. Bunny beanbag, all right? Bunny beanbag. Is this a thing? That looks like a bunny that's been part of an accident, right? None of these look particularly comfortable, I have to say. I'm gonna say that this is not. Oh, hey, there you go. That one looks like Nuestros Primeros Productos beanbag, DIY for kids. That would be good. Right? My kid would love this. So she tried to take ownership of my beanbag. That one has ears as well, but that's more like a chair. So she tried to nick my beanbag, and I said to her, and I said, "Do you want your own beanbag?" Right, the perfect friend. And she said yes. So what I did, and YouTube, you guys can't see this. This is only going to be visible on Twitch, right? So I did this. Right, if you look in the bottom right corner, but I never know to set it up. So there's no beanbag for her. Anyway, put pods. Yeah, I can't wear the headphones, but tell you what, I'll wear the bunny hat for a while. Your cat peed in your last beanbag. Cat's not a very manly animal though, Christopher. You had it since it was a kitten, so you better be careful, right? Anyway, all right, we're gonna move away from that, but I do find it hilarious how that could result in someone's girlfriend leaving them because of an image that they didn't search for just turn up on the interwebs, right? Imagine if you were remember when I tried to go to the Nixos website and it was porn ads instead? I did this on stream. I think I went to nixos.com. And that is not the right address. I'm saying that so you can protect yourself, not so you should go there and look at it, okay? And that was not a relevant website for Nixos. And thank you guys for the hype train. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, anyway, we're gonna get on with the programming. Let's see if I can get this on my ear somehow. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so what was I talking about? Yes, diffing, okay? That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. It's a very important feature. So I bought this hat for my kid and she was too embarrassed to wear it. So naturally, I wore it when I went to pick her up at school. Nobody does programming, right? Let's get rid of this cable. It's a little bit pointy. There we go, right? But yes, I think the anime girl. Oh, yeah, I've worn this outside many times. It's your job as a dad, right? Your job as a dad is to embarrass your child. Now, if we have data from this thing, as a matter of fact, we're gonna do a get. We're gonna do a remove because we don't want to keep the old one. Yeah, that's right. And we get the data, and then here we're going to merge the data with old data, and then finally, this is just gonna contain the data. That's our diff. We're going to insert that one and then we return it. All is well that ends well with the new diff. But now I have to figure out how I'm going to diff these things, right? And that's going to result in getting the world state of the things that exist in the world. So maybe first we need to do that. We need to know about everything that exists in a scene. So we need some kind of storage for that. So we can pass that in to do this. Now that is probably what you would have called a snapshot when it comes down to it. I looked at the old videos, by the way. I'm just gonna say this before we move on, right? I looked at the old videos on Twitch. I'm supposed to download this. Hang on. Let's go to content, video producer. But I don't know how. Do I have downloads here? Yeah, that's the second one. Copy link. Let me just put this to download. Media. Rust videos, Bungin, raw. There we go, right? I'm going to download the videos. Hopefully this will not penalize the stream, but I don't know how to make them, like, I don't know if I can make them into, oh, this is very warm, into like something of a video series. It's turned out to be very difficult to do that. Okay, anyway, let's just do this then. Like, so how do we do this? To get this working, we need to have like a filtered data of entities that is relevant to the player, right? And we also need to know if an entity has been removed, right? So if an entity doesn't exist in the current snapshot, it might be because it was removed. Oh, this is way too warm. I can't do this. I'm sorry. All right, hang on. It was a short-lived hat moment, but it was a hat moment nonetheless, right? Aider.chat, you can set it up with local LLM. So you're now a vibe code, a nice one, Privan. Yeah, so what did I say? We have the player ID. Get the data. So do these diffs need to live on the scenes, maybe? Oh, that raises an important question, right? Because the multiplayer aspect of it means that the scenes has to be going while this is happening. So maybe a scene can produce the diff then, right? How do we do that? Let's go to a scene. Okay, so we already said that. That's fine then. So then the diffs could be part of this thing here. No, it can't. Can it? We need them for creating the snapshots. Come in. Just bear with me a second. I'll be right back. All right. There we go. We had a rogue spider in the house that needed extracted, so I had to take him to safety. Okay. So if scenes have diffs, then the diffs has to belong to an individual scene, right? So we need something that kind of wraps the scene. No, this one was in another room. The missus is painting, and there was a large enough to be troublesome spider there. They do move fast. Generally, if you're painting the walls and the spider's on the wall, I get why you don't want it. But if there's a spider in the corner here, I don't mind. If it's running on the floor, it might get the boot. Or get extracted at least, right? So manly removing spiders. Oh, I don't like them though, right? I don't like them. What was I gonna say now? Yes. Okay, we're gonna figure this out, right? Looking forward to what? Removing spiders? Okay, so if we have like a scene wrapper then. The diff cannot live on the scenes because you could diff one scene unless you swap scene and remove the diff when you do it. That could happen. Oh, is this the game you talked about the other day, Machine? I think Borderlands have worn thin. Borderlands 3 was such a letdown. I didn't even finish Borderlands 3. I would consider playing Borderlands 4 maybe if someone gets it and I play with them under the condition that they don't go in min-max, okay? I don't want to play with someone who's going to min-max, okay? I don't want the game to turn into a job. Tomorrow, Janelle. If I get the time. What do you mean near the window? You mean at all, right? Okay, so if we don't put divs there, we put divs on scenes, that means that we can have a scene container. Pubstruct scene container that holds the divs, okay? And the scene itself. Like so. And if we do that, then the notion of scenes is just scene container instead. Okay. All right, so we have a root scene now. We're making that into its own thing because you can never pop the last scene. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so what do we do for updating? Maybe we store the scene data here. Okay, this is where I'm freestyling quite a bit here, and this could be a little bit iffy. But if we do this and we say that the scene gets scene data as a mutable reference for its input here, if we do this for both of them, maybe this is not even possible. So a network scene is held locally. No, we can't have scene data then for a network scene. Borderlands 3 launched with such a disappointing. Yeah, I can't see it, right? If they mess that up, what is this? Day 2.mp4 maybe? If they mess it up the way they did with the third one, I think that's gonna be like the end of it. The first one and the second one are still really good, and then the third one was a hot mess. The Handsome Jack collection, or the pre-sequel rather, was a little bit boring as well. I don't know if they are gonna be able to come back though, right? 4 will be your first. Oh no, the second one is the best one. The first one is probably still good, but it's a little bit unpolished. The third one just have a lot of feature, but didn't feel like it had a lot of substance, right? Absolutely, Proxidors. I think I will make it open soon enough, right? It's already on GitHub, but there's a few rough edges that needs to be ironed out before we make anything out of it. Yeah, BL2 is good. I really like BL2. Okay, so this one kind of makes it a little bit weird with the update function. So we'll be passing in scene data. So in reality, what we should do, could we just do that? So we store the, or we do nothing with the data. I don't know, that this thing seems a little bit rough to me. Seems a bit wrong. So okay, let's think about this for a second. We already talked about this. We don't care about this anymore. Okay, so here's an example of a local and a remote. Right. Here's an example of how the scene is set up, right? So in the game world, this scene is just acting as a connection to the remote server. So the remote server will do what it does, and it will pass things over to this guy, right? Oh, so long until we get tea. Goodness me. Oh, I don't know how I can survive it. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to pass in the world data for the network. Okay, maybe we need to solve that problem first then. But it is the big one. Once that's solved, I think everything else will just fall into place. I think we already solved the hardest problems with this. The most difficult stuff is probably already solved. And I don't even remember what that was, but yeah. Well, if you look at the history, the price history of it, it probably has been pretty cheap at some point. Remember to stretch your legs. So what do we do here then? This should be a specific scene that just pulls the data, but maybe it pulls the data into scene data. No, it can't do that. Okay, let's start with the server. What does the server do? Here we go, right? It's going to simulate the world. We're going to send snapshot and pull input at the end. So these two are important. So what happens when we simulate the world then? So sending a snapshot should send to the local handle, right? If you're running the server in standalone, you don't have a local handle, which means when we drop the server handle, we have to disable that. Wow, that was very quick. Why was that so quick? Day 3.mp4. Because that stream was only 3 hours long. Okay. That'll be day 4. Then that's going to be day 5. Let's download that. Day 6, let's download that. We can't do day 7 because, you know, that's currently what we're doing, right? Yeah, the ain't no time, Town for No Heroes or Time for No Heroes. I don't remember what it's called. I had that on an old Spotify playlist as well. It just popped up. Okay, so send to the local handle if there is one. That means when we set this up, we might have a server handle not exist, right? So if we drop the handle, a little bit iffy terminology, but at least I know what it means. Right then, what do we do next? So we're gonna this will just update all the data for the world, and in the event of a network, we can read this as scene update. Then, okay, so let's go to scene. So in this case. Why what is it about Godot that makes you feel like you shouldn't use it or you don't want to use it? And also, hello. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Yes, that is it. Yeah, that's it. What was I thinking about? Or maybe that's part of the lyrics. Now I have to look at that. All right, so because of that, we probably didn't get the lyrics then. Is this a song? Anyway. Why do you think you want to create a game engine, right? What is it about creating game engines that you think is fun, right? Because this is what it comes down to, right? We do what we find is fun and interesting, right? I don't remember what Borderlands 1 had as the intro. I remember the second one is the is the cycles and the what do they call the dogs? Skag something. Yeah, BL2 is the best one so far. It had ample progression and a great system for finding random loot. Probably the second one, right? You don't need to remember. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So we should probably pull snapshot from the server and then act the snapshot. But do we do that with... Do we act the snapshot... Do we do that in here? Because that causes an entire round trip. And that's sort of not good for the update function. Maybe that's just not right. Ooh. It depends on what game you want to make as well. You can make something pretty lo-fi and not worry about it as well. To put it like this though, Fixable, I don't have the artistic skill to make use of all the resources that I have at my fingertips. I'm bored with cooking. I don't care that much about baking because I don't eat the good stuff. I have a very poor, miserable diet. But cooking's good. Right. So how do we do this then? If the update function is going to run that frequently, maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe we have a network step instead. Well, we do. We do have a network step. So let's go back to the server. And this is the network step. What am I working on? Oh, just then some networking things. Architecture of the game engine, really. Trying to figure out some things. So in this case, we have to get a snapshot over. And this thing, we don't want to do this on the update function. That is bad. I mean, we could check if there's data at that frequency, but maybe that's just not good. Huh. Yeah. So the snapshot thing. Let's rename you to send diffs, right? That'll be less confusing. It's a diff of a snapshot of the world, except we don't do snapshotting, right? But if we do, that would make us be able to have. So if we do snapshotting, then we can take a snapshot of the world, stick it in an arc. Not my idea. That one I can't take credit for. That's Acton's idea. Stick it in an arc and then send it to multiple threads, and we can then use that to generate the diffs and send that information to each connection, right? But if we, oh shit, another splinter, bloody rose bushes. I mean, who even cares? All right, that's a problem for later. Right, I am a little bit stuck. I'm a little bit stuck here. If enough time has passed, to send the div. If we actually do snapshotting, we could get a higher number of players on there. So we can take the server state. My God, could you, Excalibur, just fucking sort your shit out? Sorry for cursing. Okay. So here we'll do a snapshot that we then stuff into an arc. And I do this just because the arc is generic. Right, there you go. A generic snapshot that we can then send to all the connections instead. And if we do it this way, we would sort of... Wait, that aligned the text, damn it. That's not what I want to do. There we go. We did something like this. Then it becomes very cheap to send this, and then each connection would be in charge of producing its own diff, right? So that's not necessarily a bad idea. And maybe we should implement this now, though, right? Doing these things as an afterthought is not a good idea. I have to dig this splinter out, aren't I? It's already looking a little bit red and angry. All right, we'll deal with that after the stream. So yeah, do we do snapshotting then with the world state? That means that we have to make some changes to how it's all put together. Thank you guys for the follow, by the way. I think we will. I think we will do this, even though it might be a bad idea. So we have to have world state as the... That has to live on the... the scene. But then again, that doesn't fix the network scene, does it? All right, let's find the scenes. Scene container. Let's put what we call data. Yeah, that's just going to be the world state. Yeah, so when you're playing this locally, you have a game world. But if you're playing this across the network, this scene that will represent the game world is just connected to the network. So all the data that happens in the game world is on the server. The server simulates the game, and then it just sends data for you to display back down the wire to each connection, right? So that's kind of how it works. I have to just... Okay. Sounds good, LB. We just have to figure out how this is gonna work, right? So this network connection should not pull as quickly as the simulation goes. That would be insane, right? So the simulation happens here. This guy just needs to get the data, and it can do so every 20 times a second or whatever your connection allows you to. All right. So like really it's just a case of the network scene. It becomes a little bit erratic if your network scene has an update step, but it doesn't do anything in the step. There's nothing really arguably wrong with that. Maybe we make the update step not required, right? So we make this thing into a default implementation. The input we do need, because we need to sample the input to then pass on to the server, right? We don't even have an actual input map. The server will do everything, Ellie. So the client is only in charge of drawing, playing sound, and sampling inputs. So it has a frequency of whatever to sample into an input map that is then sent on to the server. Everything happens on the server. And to prevent things from being laggy when you interact with it, we are actually holding the game world back a little bit with a small delay, and then we're interpolating between the last 2 frames. All right. So that way it will feel like the world is moving around you when you're pressing keys. We don't do any input prediction or anything like that, right? But this is all specific to be for 2D multiplayer games and not necessarily fast-paced action shoot. If we're going to do that, then we might want to add input interpolation, right? It'll be more hit testing than not, right? Do you want to try that with English words? All right. So we need to pull the data off the socket at some point. You're not going to have relatively high ping playing local multiplayer with people. And relatively high ping is going to destroy any game for you anyway. The best you can do in those cases is just reduce the frequency in which you send packets to someone. But because you're going to do the interpolation anyway, it's not going to be that bad. Hello, Talk. Oh, Temporis, why? Why, Tempe, why? We are, Talk. How are you getting on with the programming? So we make the update function do nothing by default, which means on our network scene, we don't do anything here. We just do input sampling. Or rather, we send the input. But that's also problematic. No, it isn't, because we have both of these there. Okay, so what we're missing is for the network scene to have a step that the regular scenes don't have. Is that true even? Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can serialize that and just use a... I'm purposely not mentioning something down here, right? We're going to use something for serialization. But I'm not telling you because I don't care for your opinion on it. There we go. Okay, there you go. A little passive aggressive maybe, but you know. Dictator. Food on the table is good. I should see to that one day. I posted that anime picture thing on my Blue Sky, and now there's an anime picture on my Blue Sky account. So maybe my wife will leave me. So we don't want the scene data here, do we? I mean, we could, but yeah, that's the confusing part, right? That's the confusing part, which we can't really have, even though we kind of have to have it. We are not going to have it. That means that this thing is now broken as all. So this one needs to have the scene data. Which we don't have available. So where's the scene stuff? That means that this guy needs to have scene data as well. Perfect. We're done with that, by the by. So this should now be okay. If we could just get... What? No. Why are you griping at me for that? Okay. No, wrong thing. Why can't I import it? Now I can. All right, stupid thing. There we go. So, oh shit. But then we're storing these here, and these are the reason for having the scene data. Ah. Too right, Talk. Too right. Okay. So this is not going to work. But since we decided to do the snapshotty thing, then we need to make everything here into as part of the snapshot, right? Only when it calls for it, right? Well, that's a lot of okay. We're gonna think about this outside of this project instead. Okay, so let's go somewhere else. All right, so we're gonna write like a simulation of this stuff now, just to see how it can work. So let's have a struct or an enum maybe that represents a type of data that could either be a sprite, which is going to contain a sprite ID, and in our case we just make that a usize. An x coordinate and a y coordinate, like so. Oh, gross, neither. We can also have a... Say, this is a little bit quirky, right? Maybe either we attach auxiliary data to the frame or we don't. What does that mean? Okay, let's say that's a result of doing something, right? We have our game world here. We have one player here. Super long arm. This is super long arm Joe. And he has a sword and another sword because that's how Joe flies. Right. And then we have Bob up here, right? Doing some powerful gun moves. All right. Check out Bob and his like dual wielding guns. Best artist. Bob's not like super happy because he's about to commit murder, right? But on frame 1, Bob fires the gun. Okay. Dual wielding long arm Joe. Yeah. Shit. I did it again. I gotta stop doing that. All right. Okay. Let's just and then add. There we go. Right. Okay. Now on frame 1, nothing moves, but Bob over there fires a gun at Joe. Now the problem here is that we're gonna generate some output that says play this sound, right? Well, I'm not gonna illustrate that talk. You have to just lean on the name there. But we have to play a sound for the gun, right? The server will say, okay, resource ID, whatever, do whatever, right? The problem with that is that if you don't act that frame, we're gonna include that in the next one. It could be Joe Mama, right? Very good. Let's just write Joe Mama. There we go, right? Okay. So that means that for a first frame, we will have a gunshot play, right? Play resource ID, whatever, right? But the client hasn't acted that frame. So we're going to send it again next time. But the only reason it didn't act that was because of some server delay or whatever, right? So we can't include the gunshot play in that because it would stutter it, right? So we have a resource that cannot be that cannot be played, right? I mean, we can obviously work around this, but it's like there seem to be some arbitrary rules around this, right? And I'm way too inexperienced at game dev to know what to do here. So our first frame that should be a sound. Oh, goodness me. That's all we get here. It can be a resource don't need everything needs axe. Otherwise, we're gonna send it again, right? Because if you miss the frame that contains this, right? Let's just say that this frame's gonna have sprite ID 0 for Bob, right? And then 1 for Joe, and Joe is some distance away. And then Bob has fired his gun. That's a sound. An ID 0, because that's the only sound we have in this game. No? Okay. Right. So this is what we're going to send in a frame 1. To both, actually. So we're sending 2 of these lush frames, right? Which arguably would be even... you know what? No, we're not going to do that, right? And then frame 2, we do nothing. Frame 2 is empty. So is 3. But we're just going to go with empty. And then let's say frame 30. No one has moved. But Joe fires a gun in return, right? So we're going to play that sound. So 30 frames has passed. It would work if we put a counter on a resource, okay? So that makes it a little bit awkward, but we can have a counter here. So that sound would be 0, which means that if we end up getting something with 0, we don't play that again. When it comes to moving, it doesn't matter, right? Moving is fine to lose data, interpolate data, do the data over and over again, right? All of these things are more or less fine, more or less, okay? Calm down, more or less fine. But sound isn't. Sound is naughty to do multiple times. So maybe we include a counter for the sound. So if we have to replay frame 1, this one would have a counter of 1. And then we just let it wrap around. We are paying a whole entire massive byte for this information, right? But imagine if you had 8 players, then you would have 8 bytes being sent extra, all right? I'm being sarcastic. Except you would have 8 bytes, but still. Yes, that particular byte is really big. 1 byte in this economy. There's something similar in market order book updates, really. Look at the E, Ellie. Or Eli. It is 100% a terrible IKEA chair. Data plan, yeah. Although if you have like a really bad data plan, don't you live in a country where you get free data talk? I thought you did, or like you pay for unlimited data, which is pretty much unlimited. I think this might work. So we're kind of stamping this with a value to make sure that we don't play the same sound again. So on the client, we have... We need to track this though, right? Talk about your actual data plan. Fair enough. I can't believe I posted 5 things on Blue Sky. I don't think I ever posted that much on a social network. I mean, bar Twitch and Discord, though, right? In the last 10 years, right? Anyway, oodles of fun. So we need to know which sounds we have played and what the last counter was for those sounds. So when we go to import the client and we're gonna play a sound, then we can make a struct for the sound, then, right? Then we need to know what the last sound was that we played, and we need to on the server and the client, right? So we need to know the last sound we act, because we can end up with multiple frames for one person. If we end up merging, right? All right, so if you're merging 1 and 30, that would be really bad. Something really bad has happened if you drop 30 frames. Maybe not really bad, but dropping 30 frames isn't ideal, right? So we should have that sound in there as well. So we can't acknowledge 0 and, well, we have to acknowledge both 0 and 1. So we have to know all the sounds that we're acting here, right? Maybe that isn't a good idea then. Then you become a tuple struct, a tuple variant sound, like so. Right? This kind of makes sense. Man, I'm getting hungry. So if we should send it, that's easy enough. We just see if the sound was act, right? And then we let the client deal. So I think that's all right. We don't actually have to deal with this on the server. And what do we have in here, right? We don't want to store like a really expensive lookup table for sounds, or expensive. Honestly, this could be a hash map with the last 10 entries or something like that, right? So why don't we just make something like sound act buffer. Like that. Sound back buffer. That's gonna be confusing. Okay, so easy enough. You can send it, Dev Chris. Send away. then this will happen by itself, and that should be play. So we'll do self.sounds or resources get like that. That works. Oh, good grief. You think I want to read how to manage an order book locally? I'm dying inside here. Open a stream to buffer the events you receive from the stream for the same price. Latest receive update covers the previous one. Get a depth snapshot from this. Drop any event where U is less than last updated ID in the snapshot. Yeah, so this might be, Chris, this might be quite similar to what we do with the messages. Yeah. The first process event should have an update or a U that is larger than or equal to last update, and U is less than or equal to last updated, and U is larger than last updated ID. Okay, got it. And they messed that up. Why? Oh yeah, that's why they bungle this. While listening to the stream, each new event's PU should be equal to the previous event's U, otherwise initialize the process from step 3. The data in each event is absolute quantity for price level. If the quantity is 0, remove the price level. Receiving an event that removes the price level that is not in your local order book can happen and is normal. Yeah. Actually, this is certainly something, Chris, that is a little bit similar to what we're doing. We have ACK IDs on frames and timestamps on the frames as well. So if I get frame 0, I will send an ACK to the server of frame 0. If I get a frame 0 and a frame 1 will contain frame 0. So I will only ACK frame 1 and dispose of frame 0 if I get multiple frames, right? But this thing makes sense. We need to have resources. Which needs to be a thing. And we need to have type ID, maybe, which can be probably can be a U8, and we need to have a resource ID, which can probably be a U16. Maybe. I mean, we don't have to optimize this, okay? So this would return an option of a resource. So then this thing would be like that, and that would be a sound ID, which we already have. So we don't, but that's going to point to a sound bank. Maybe. I don't know. It would be, well, they're going to have to be synced anyway. So we don't need that. Instead, we need sounds. So then here we have a sound bank. We have sprites as well. We don't really have a sprite anything in here, so let's just add pubstruct sprites here. So this will compile in all its beautiful nature. Okay. And what does the sound look like? I don't know why I'm doing this for code that's going to be thrown away, but really, this is it. The sound act buffer will help us or prevent us from playing a sound. Now we could do other things as well and make sure that we don't. Hello, Valel. We could do this and make sure that we don't have a. No, since we're doing a wraparound, we kind of need to timestamp it as well, right? In our sound act buffer, we need to timestamp the sound as well. So let's have a duration in there. No, an instant. Oh, get out of here. I don't want your help. It's faster to type that than not. No. Like that. So we can look in our inner buffer to find the sound. So we'll say well, we kind of need to know if the sound ID is in there or not. And since we're going to keep these unique anyway, we need to filter on the sound. Actually, we only want to filter on the sound. Then we can do a find instead. If we can't find that sound, then we're just going to push that. And we're going to return false from that. Right. So if we do find the sound in there, I'm not sure why I'm investing energy into solving this, but we're kind of doing it anyway. If we do find a sound, then we have to say if the sound counter is equal to sound.counter, that means that we have found a match. Otherwise, it's false. So in this case, they weren't the same. So we're just going to say no. It does not contain this. But if they are contained, and at this point we have to say then is equal to now, which means that has to be a mutable iter. If they are the same, then now we can, I keep saying then and now, and we have things called then and now. So we say if now minus then, right. Wait, what are you griping about? On my spelling? No? Both of these are instants. So is subtracting an instant already making it into, okay, a duration, that's fine. So if a certain time has happened, then we're going to say that then is equal to now. And we're going to return true, false. Else true. Okay, does this make sense to anyone? What we're doing here? Is anyone following at this point? Right. So the long and short of it is this. If we got an ACK for a sound and we get that again and 10 milliseconds has passed, that means that we have possibly wrapped around that sound. So let's say that we probably should use 100 instead, right? But let's say that you are sending 256 sounds in, well, I mean, we could just do the math though, right? How long would it take you to send if you send one every frame? Now, in reality, you wouldn't send it every frame. That would be insane, right? But let's say that you did send 256 sounds, one for each frame. I think I've kind of confused or made things a little bit more complicated than not, Mr. 90. So don't stress about it. And we are sending 20 frames or 20 diffs per second. But we are running this at, let's say that we're running this at 60 frames per second. So that means 3 sounds per diff. Okay. That is 60. No, that still means that it would take you, what, 3 seconds? Is that right? That's probably not right, but somewhere around there. Like 3 seconds to wrap around sending the same sound. 256 instances of the same sound. 1 instance each frame. So that means in frame 1, we would look at this. So that's 3, there's 20 frames per second, there's 3 of the same sound. So that is 20 times 3, which is 60. So 60 or 256 divided by 60, which, by the way, Vim can do this for us. If we type 256 divided by 60. Right. 4. Is that right? Well, we can go the other way and say what's 4 times 6? It's 24. It's close enough, right? So that's 4 seconds to wrap around. So really, 100 milliseconds here could easily be 1,000 milliseconds. It could be 4,000 milliseconds, and it would be, we could do this. 3, and we would be fine-ish, right? If we really wanted to keep some kind of buffer in there, then we could have made it into 2. But let's say 35 then. Oops. That is not a 5. I know this because I went to school once. I didn't, I lied. How you doing today, David? Thank you for the follow. This is kind of a bit funny, right? We have 3,500 milliseconds to boot, right? To boot what, a computer? We have 3,500 milliseconds until the wraparound happens. If we send a sound, or if we try to generate a sound thing every frame, right? So even if you wanted to do like a machine gun blast by playing individual sounds, which you could do. By the way, one thing that we didn't include in this is because sounds are spatial. We could have separates. We could have a sound. We could have a spatial sound that includes a position as well. Then this thing has an ID and a position. If we separate the position from the sound, this still holds. So you can play the same sound at a different location, but the counter and the buffer still holds. This looks sound to me. No pun Nintendo. But it really does look okay. And because we have that timer in there, we are, and that's only happening locally, we are given some leeway if we try to play the same sound twice. This is what I have my notebook for. Hang on, let me write this down. What a fun stream you have. I can't even see what you're doing. Well, I'm writing in a book and I got terrible handwriting. Sound, we're going to have a sound ID. And then we're going to have the counter. And then we need the sound ACK buffer. Which doesn't have to have the word buffer in the name, but it does now. That's just going to be that contains sounds, sound IDs, no, sounds, plus an instant. Oh, my handwriting's getting worse. And then the only thing that we have to deal with here is when we check whether we can. So we have to say if the same sound is played twice, but the timing between them is larger than some constant, then still play the sound and update this thing, right? The ID in the counter is the same, but the time between them is greater than some constant, then play and update instant. There we go. Right. This way, by keeping notes of everything, I have not seen a ray trace sound. By keeping track of things on paper, it means that you can program even if you don't have a computer around. You see, that's the thing, Scott. Now, if I go somewhere, I just have to take my notebook and my pen with me, and actually have to bring a laptop. And it kind of, if I was, so I was at this kid's birthday party yesterday, and I just snuck off to sit in a comfy chair somewhere and doodle a little bit, and it wasn't much different from just average programming, and it was very nice because you think in pseudocode and more abstract than when you're writing code. So we can go and write the sound ACK buffer now for our client. Instant, there we go, right? So we're not going to call that play. We're going to call it something. I don't know what we're going to call you yet. It's going to get a sound. And now it returns a bool. What do we call this thing? So it's the function that will do the check, right? And you know what we also have to do? We have to clean this one up a little bit. So we're going to have a maximum number of simultaneous sounds that we care to play in here. So we'll give this thing a max capacity. That means that we can change you to a box slice. That might not be a good idea. Anyway, we'll deal shortly. There's no such thing as a sound. And we have an instant, so we're good. All right, so let's just write this. Let's just write this out again, right? Then we have to store something here, like an option of these values. So we can have a struct called sound ACK. SAC. All right. Well, now this becomes, okay, this becomes a little bit dumb. Let's not do it this way. And we certainly don't need the length. If we do this with a capacity, we can fill up this with none, and then we have an index here. It's more that we want to, We're kind of making this into a ring buffer if we do this. And that's not a bad idea. But let's not do it right now. Let's just do a vec of sound act instead. So when we push something in there, the reason we don't want to like push and pop, we could do this with like a vector Q instead, right? But it's because we want to pop the stuff without moving the things at the front, right? So our vector Q will be a better fit here. This will work for us for now, right? So let's start off with by having a capacity as well, which is effectively our maximum length, right? So capacity, and then we're gonna have inner. It's gonna be an empty vec into, which is easier than writing a vector Q new apparently. Let's not do that. Let's do that instead, right? And when we do a check here, we also mutate this. So we're sort of doing two things because we're going to modify this and not, right? But more importantly, at the end of all of this thing, right, we're going to say while self.capacity, no, self.inner.length is larger than self.capacity, we can do self.inner.popFront. This should get rid of the old stuff that is there, and we're going to push back the act, which has the sound, and act is now. So we are preventing this thing from staying over capacity. So if we set the capacity to 10, then you can have a maximum 10 sounds in the act. So it becomes a balancing act of how many, a balancing act, right? Very good. Of how many we have in there, right? Oh, did I get my first bot follow? Yes, I think I did. There we go. How fun is that? I got followed by a bot. I got 19 followers. I feel so popular. No, they're yes, they are first in, first out. So the stuff that we so what happens, right, is we end up with a chunk of memory. It always starts with like a chunk of memory, right? Now, if this was a vector, we would have a different problem. But you push a value in here, and then you push a value in here, and so on, and then you push a value in here, and then we're going to start by trimming the values from here. So we trim this value, and then we push the next value on here, and then we trim this value. Whoops. So we trim this value, and then we push the next value on here, right? And in doing this, this one doesn't move. So it kind of just slides across the RAM, right? If we did this with a vector, then when we reach the maximum, so we have a value there and we have a value there, and then when we push a value here, we delete this value, right? So this value is deleted. That means that this value would end up here, right? So we would shift all the values up, which means we're taking all the bytes and then copying them up. Whereas with a vector Q, we can allocate to the right of it and deallocate to the left of it, right? Because a vector Q effectively has two chunks of memory, but don't take my word on that for that one, right? That might have been wrong. But I do believe that there are 2 pointers in here. Yeah, there's a head, a length, and then the raw. So that's not entirely correct. But if we look at how pop front works, pop front. Oh, look at that. We can do pop front if. All right, that was nightly only, right? Removes the first element, but let's look at the source of this thing, right? what does buffer read do? But it won't do what the vector does. So if we look at the Rust vec here, and we look at the remove function, which is effectively what we would do here. We would call remove 0. And when calling remove, we are doing a pointer copy, shift everything down to fill that spot, right? So we're moving everything in memory. Whereas with this one, we're just changing the head, right? So the head will be the first value. I don't know what toPhysical_index does. I'm guessing this is physical index as in the index inside. Like physical index 0 would be the first one before you pop. So this will be that one. So it's basically like indexing into it, right? Remove 1 from the length. And if the length is less than the capacity, then buffer read old head. I don't know what the buffer read thing does. I mean, we could just go and look at that. And what is self head as well? I can have a look at that. Is that just a numerical value or what? Can I have to dig into this? Yeah, it's just a numerical value. So old head is gonna be 0. So yeah, that is why we use vector cube. So we don't keep shifting everything down every time we clear it, right? So I guess it works a bit like by not, well, no, it doesn't work like a ring buffer, because a ring buffer would just wrap around and go back to the first data, whereas a vector cube would just keep moving. So we can look at what pushback does. Not pushback will possibly grow if it's full. This one, I'm a little bit unsure how this works because we're not moving values. And it is ordered, isn't it? When we pop front, we subtract 1 from the length. And asking it, okay, is full. Let's look at that function. Yeah, no. Really, I am not entirely sure how that doesn't make it a sliding window over a chunk of memory. You know what? We can try this out in here. Push back. Let's make it with capacity of 2. I'm gonna push back 1 and then 2. Come on. That's 1 and 2. Okay, so if we do a pop front 0, then we're removing the 1. Okay, what? Oh, pop front. Then we're removing the 1. It's only 2. And then we're going to push back 1. And it ends up there. But what's the memory address of all of these things while we do that? So it keeps the order. Okay. Why don't we print out the memory address of the second one? The 2, right? So that's going to be 1. I have to borrow that, right? So that's what we're going to do. Then we're going to do push front. No, pop front. Push back. Then that has to be 0. Okay, so it has moved. No. So that one stays at the same memory address. How does that work then? How does that work? If you look at the memory address of number 2, which has an index of 1, then we pop that. That means that becomes the head. Right? So that becomes... Oh, what does wrap add do? Returns the index in the underlying buffer for a given logical element. Oh, hang on. If we do an index implementation here. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. So is this public? No, we can't use the physical index. So this one could get a different physical index when we get it. Does that make sense? So, no. Like, we don't care, you are, so get with the programming. All right. If we do v.get here instead, so we can look at the get function instead, right? Righty tighty. Then let's just call v.get here. Oops. 1. That's gonna get us the first one, and then we pop front, and then we do another get 1 there. We're gonna push back, and then we do another get. Okay, so if we start here and we jump into this thing, the physical index is 1. The head is 0. The addend is 1. So we're gonna take 1. No, 0, and we're gonna add 1 to that. That gives us the U size inside of that's a wrapping add. We don't have to do the wrap index. No. So that's the index of it. So if we look at this thing, that should be 1. Now, after we delete, after we do this and we do get, that index should still be 1, right? That's the funky thing here. Oh, what? Yes, the index is 1. Wait. Ah, idiots. It's supposed to be 0. But even though it's 0, it should be 1. So this one is 1, right? It's kind of very clever, right? How it works. Are you following me? Does this make sense? So even though we're getting 0, because we removed something from the head, if we look at self head now, that's 1 and not 0. And then we're pushing another value onto this thing. I kind of want to see that one. Let's run this again. And when we push back, we're asking if it's full. What's the length? It's 1. What is capacity? It's not found. Okay. But it's not growing. Why can I get the capacity? Let's do that again. I'm looking at the wrong stuff again. It's the pushback that I need to look at. Capacity is if T. Oh, so all right. This is just a little bit of Rust magic, where if the type that we are pushing into this thing is a 0 size type, set as T, right? Like a unit or whatever, then you always gonna operate at max capacity. You always have a capacity of max. It makes no sense otherwise, because you can fit. Like the only thing that prevents you from getting a value at an index. Again, it is zero size, so it cannot really hold anything meaningful, right? But the only thing that prevents you from getting a value there is that the numerical type you're using as an index cannot represent a number larger than n, right? So if you're trying to get an index of n plus 1, that's the shortcoming, right? That's the problem. Okay. Wow, what an offshoot. All right, what is self.buff here? Is this just a pointer? Yeah, okay. So what does capacity mean here? Inner capacity, and what is self in this case? Is this a raw pointer? No, it's a raw vec. Okay, right. Anyway, pretty cool stuff though, right? I really enjoy poking at some of this. But it's really clever how, even though we say, give me what in our world should exist at index 0 because we popped it, inside this, it actually exists at index 1. And it's wrapping the value. So if we try to get 1 here, what will that do? So will this index be 0 then? Or will it be 2? It is 0. So it's going to wrap around. Oh, wow. That's so crazy. So if we do another pushback here of 3, and then we get 2, that should have an index of 2 then. Now, I don't have the brain space because I'm very hungry to think this through, but it acts very similar to a ring buffer in that case, where when we're adding to the beginning, but now that we're adding, so here, if we look at pushback here, we're going to do 2 physical index to write that value. So we do wrap add, wrap index, returns the index in the underlying buffer for a given logical element index. So where are we now? We're inside vector q still, okay. So if the logic is 0 or capacity is 0 or index is less than capacity or index minus, okay, right. Logic index minus capacity. Okay, so I'm guessing this is where it does all the magical stuff for us, right? But unfortunately, they're wrapping all this in functions. So we don't actually get to see the output of any of these until here. But because of how this is written, we can't even debug that. So it's a little bit unfortunate, I have to say. And since this doesn't actually write, we don't... Well, we can see what the off one is here. Oh, really? Okay, maybe you can let me look at buffer write then. No? Okay. That could be the result of an optimization when we can't see the buffer write here to see the off value. But either way, it's cool. It's clever. I love it. So in memory, actually, we can just print out the memory address and observe this after we've done this. So 1, 2, and then pop front. So 1 is now gone. So we have 2. And then we have 2, 1, 3. So our vector is saying 2, 1, 3 here, right? 2, 1, 3 in that order. But if we look at the memory addresses of all of these things, right? 0, 1, and 2. They will not be in contiguous order, right? So we have 1C, 10, and then 14. Okay, if we make these into bytes, it will be easier to see this, right? So then there's a byte in between, right? In between these two. But that one is 8 bytes away. Actually, shouldn't that be 8 bytes behind this guy? The 0 value is the 2. So if we do this, but we do a little asterisk here so we can see which one that is. That's the first value. That's the second value. So this is going to be number 2, number 1, and number 3. Oh, that's confusing me a little bit. Okay, let's do that. 10, 11. Okay, sorry. I'm being a bit of a dummy, a big old dummy. Look at this guy. It has a capacity of 2. So even though we are pushing, we pop that, push that. No, we're looking at something. Okay, all right. Problem fixed. Yes, problem fixed. Okay, I actually, that's really nice because I never managed to get the memory addresses to move when I'm trying to show this. But now I saw them move. Okay, so that's gonna be the old one and the 2, right? So let's put this in as the old one and the old 2. And now you can see this, right? So we're going to index of or memory address at 10, right? Forget about the left-hand side of all this. That doesn't change, right? Oh, beans. All right, let's just copy this and look at it instead. Without deleting that. So we're not really interested in the stuff that doesn't change. There we go. So at memory address 10, we have 1, 11, we have 2. So this one, even though it's the first, it still stays in that memory address, right? Which means we're not shifting things down when we're removing. Pushing another value, this is the 4 bytes that we grew the vector with, right? But herein it gets interesting, right? If we give it a capacity of 3, and we're ending up with 3 values in the end, I still think that they will have moved now. No, because that one's going to take place of that one. Because we are wrapping around the whole Christmas tree. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm a big old dummy again. But anyway, it's really good, right? Instead of acting like a vector queue, it is, yes, that cat walked over your keyboard situation, right? No, but the long and short of it is that we are not, I need to do something about the splinter, it's driving me crazy. The long and short of it is that we're not constantly allocating or moving things in memory, right? We're not moving things in memory, which is what we care about here. So using a vector queue here, and we set the capacity, we are good just doing this. And in reality, we don't actually need this to be, it would rust, but hang on, not only would it do that, all right, okay, let's just do this then, right? Temp, main, all right, so let's have a vector queue here, with capacity of 2, or we said 3 in this case, right? Now we're gonna push 1 U8 in there. So we're making this a type of bytes, right? Push back. Okay. If it doesn't really matter if we push or pop at this point, right? But we can do this, right? So let's do this. Let's do a pop front to do that, and then we're going to push more values in there. Okay, so we pushed 4 values in there. So if we were to print out the memory address of 0 and 1 here, so that's going to be 1 and 2, 1 and 2 there, right? These are the 1 and 2 values, and then we add a little bit of a separator there. And then we print out the memory value. We can print out for all the other values, right? We don't have to specify what these are. Wait, where did you go? Like this. Now it should move, right? We have a capacity of 3, which means we can fit these 2 values. But since we're pushing and have effectively 4 values in there, when we go to wrap around again, it doesn't fit. So this guy is the one that we want to pay attention to. No, it isn't. This guy is the previous number 2. Why does it say I there? Okay, there we go. It hasn't. Don, thank you for the raid. How you doing, buddy? Hello, Unibomb Bear. Oh, breakfast would be. I'm so very, very hungry. All right, mate. Enjoy brekkie. This one hasn't moved. It hasn't caused a relocation, even though we have 4 values in there. It could be, though, that even though we set a capacity of 3, it ends up with a capacity of 4 anyway. There you go, right? So now you can see that this value has actually changed. Even though we're reusing this memory, it has allocated more memory somewhere else for that one. But I do think that if we push a 6th value in there, or it's not a 6th value, but I think doing this, yeah, I think we're gonna end up going to, although I wonder where 12 is. That does, however, mean that iterating over a, yeah, well, it's a little bit weird. All right, 90, enjoy. Thanks for hanging out. What makes this a little bit weird is, yes, 2 has moved. So what has taken the place of 2 is this guy. Let's print out the values while we're at it, right? So we don't just do that. We do this as well. Oh. I mean, whoopsie. That explains why that one was missing. It has copied this one around, absolutely. But that is still cheaper. That is still cheaper than what am I looking for? It's still cheaper than copying everything. However, this makes me think that iterating over this is not good. Okay? I think iterating over this means another pointer in direction. That's dumb as well. Lovely bit of squirrel, Jackie. Oh, Val. All right. Yeah, so that has probably... That probably has another bit of indirection added to it. Pretty good, Destrin. How you doing? ¿Qué pasa contigo con esto? Con hoy. Todo bien, ¿no? Hello, Xernox. So, as that's kind of interesting. Yes, but that, Russ, would be bad. Because then you're doing... Okay, you know what? Why would that be bad? Well, let's do this. Make contiguous. And learn to spell contiguous, right? See, that has moved this, which means that doing that is going to cause all the moving to happen, right? Yes, if you need to, but you can work on two separate slices. But I do wonder if the iterator will have another bit of indirection to it or not. So I'm gonna check if we do this. So this is made up of two slices. If this thing just changed those two slices, then we're good. There's no word, there's no chain in there. Ah, okay. No, this is fun. It is fun, Russ. It is fun. Thank you for being a massive nerd so I don't feel so alone sometimes. But this is quite clever. So it doesn't do an indirection. It simply just swaps the pointer, right? It swaps the pointer. In this house, being a massive nerd is a good thing, all right? Being a nerd is a good thing in my house. Okay, this is really good because it doesn't do any extra indirection. It just iterates over the slices and then it swaps the memory around. So you iterate over the first one until there's nothing there. Then you start iterating over the second one. So what we're doing actually is pretty good. I got you, nerd fam. All right, love it. I'm happy we started down this road because this was really, really useful. So I'm quite happy using the vector queue for this. It's a good choice. Good choice. Excellent choice. It will, Anakim. I just have to solve some of the things. But I have to say this though. I'm building this engine the way I want to build it, which is not necessarily the most optimized way of doing it. So it should maybe hold some educational value if you are gonna make the same journey as I am. But if you're looking for the most optimized, state-of-the-art thing, this is not that, right? It will not use an ECS, no. But that doesn't mean that we won't store data in contiguous memory, right? One of the benefits of ECSs is that you take entities of the same type and you put them close together in memory. So here's all your hit points, here's all the experience points, here's all your starvation, hunger points, whatever, and they live together in chunks. So you can grab chunks of memory and perform operations on them, right? Say, in this system, I want to increment the health of all these entities kind of things, right? That's the benefit of an ECS. But if we're talking about it like that, we could just write our memory to look like that, right? So when we make our player, we could store their health separate from the player if we wanted to, right? Nerd house. I think that must be quite common. How nerd are we here? Monday, I lost track of time restructuring and documenting your library. There you go, Serenox. That's exactly how nerd we are. I was used to go though, then I into Bevy and ECS and was finally starting to click for me. I think the thing that makes ECS so effective is because you want to simulate maybe a large quantity of something, right? Let's say that you have 300,000 things in your game world, right? They don't have to be of the same kind, right? Maybe you have 300,000, you have 150,000 pieces of leaves and grass and players and whatever, right? And then through some force, you're gonna move everything in one direction, okay? So what you can do is you can take all the positions that are stored in the position database. They're not a database, right? But they're stored together, right? So you have a chunk, right? Everything comes down to a chunk. Where are you, Infiniball, right? So you have this chunk of very, very lopsided memory, and that stores all the positions, all right? So you can just load this chunk of positions into memory and apply a function over this, right? So instead of you having to jump around in memory, right? You can just, this makes it really good for cache locality as well, right? So we're gonna load, when we load something into the CPU cache, okay? Listen to me pretending to know things now, right? So when we load something into the CPU cache, we don't load a single byte. We load, on my machine, 64 kilobytes or bytes? I think it might, one of those. I don't remember, right? I should sound more assertive when I'm pretending to know things. But bytes. Okay, thank you. So we load 64 bytes. So if your position is made up of, let's say 2 U8s, it wouldn't. But let's say you pack an X and Y value into a U16, okay? That means that you can load 4 of those into memory. So you can do that at the same time, right? You can load 4 of those at a time and perform an operation on them without you having to jump around in memory, nor do you have to deal with offsets, right? If you store the position on your player, then on your player, you're going to have something like, maybe you have a name, right? That's 24 bytes right there. Then you have an age, because for some reason, name and age always go together. Then you have a position, right? So every time you are going to go to your player, right? Fine. I was too middle-aged to say that. Every time you go to deal with the position of all your players, you have to get the player. And then you have to jump from the player to the position. Then you perform your operation. Then you have to jump all the way to the next player and then to the next position, right? So there's a lot of jumping, all right? Why can't I delete you? All right, I can close the program. Snap, right? No idea how the CPU decides what to put in L1, 2, 3 cache. You might not even have a 2 and a 3, right? But let's say for the sake of conversation, you have an L1, 2, and 3 in there, right? It depends if it's Intel and AMD as well, how it works. But, Anna Kim, whenever you need to load something into a register, you're going to go through the L1 cache, okay? Now, if there's someone bigger and sweatier and nerdier than me in the chat, you are definitely allowed to pipe up here, right? But you're going to go through the L1 cache to 2 and 3 to get the value out of RAM into 3, into 2, into 1, and then into the register. So there's a lot of jumping there, right? So if you store everything close to each other, it reduces the amount of jumping around in memory that you have to do, right? Think the CPU can predict consistent, so if you access an array of structs, you only use the first variable. It can load the first variable of all array elements into cache instead of all the variables of the first 64 bytes in there. No, that can't work because you always load 64 bytes, right? Let me read that again, Coding Green, because I might completely have butchered what you were saying, right? If you can access an array of structs and only use the first, it can load all the first. No. So here's the thing. And again, this is where you guys might have to correct me. The thing that you load into the CPU cache is associated with the memory, right? So you couldn't load disparate chunks. Oh, by the way, I'm talking about in one go, right? Sorry, I'm talking about in one instruction. You can't load like you don't load a single byte in there. You load the address and 64 bytes of that address, which means if you store things together, you're effectively loading not just the first position, but the other 3 as well into memory. If you have to jump, then you have to load multiple things. This is the gesture for loading things into memory, okay? Either that or someone farted. Maybe it was you. But that is how it goes, right? So it's going to load it into memory. Now, it could be that you can load things directly from the offset of the data that into memory instead of loading the struct and then doing the offset in there. That I don't know. I know that Rust does not have stable memory positions, but it would have for the struct in that binary at that executable time, right? Okay, thank you, Ross. Okay, thank you. So I am making some kind of sense in there. Lunatic, get out of here. Okay, all right, let me do this. So I think I'm confusing the matter because I'm talking about loading a chunk of memory, and I think codingree is saying we can skip the struct and go straight to the address of the position. Blet, you mean bleed? Right. So hopefully, Kira sucks. I mean, listen. Are you a massive Star Trek fan? Are you talking about Nana Visitor here? I don't know who Kira is or why she sucks in your world if you're not talking about Nana. And if you do, I don't think you're right though, right? Nana Visitor. What kind of parents do you have if they name the kid Nana? Because Nana is kind of like a grandma, right? So you named your kid Grandma. But it is quite fun that her last name is Visitor, you know? Cuss is Moss. Sorry, did you trip and fall on an LLM? Elke. Yes, but I thought that I misunderstood you. Coding is the way I drew it was that it jumps to the player struct and then offset. But I guess you meant that we can skip jumping to the player and just calculate the direct offset to that, right? So I don't think that you're wrong. I think I just butchered what you said and had my own interpretation of reality there. Or what I thought of, right? Okay. Oh man, stop one-upping me, woman. She's nailing the wordle today, and I haven't done it. She's one-upping me. Should I ask her if she will leave me if I see a picture of an anime girl on the internet? Oh my god. Oh, that was so funny. All right. Can I link to that thing? No, forget about it. It's all good, cut it. Let's just assume that everyone's right and then we're good, right? All right, so I think as with everything, and I've said, oh, we're on tea break. We're on tea break, baby. Like I've said, it's been a while since I said this, but I'll say it again, right? Everything you read and or like everything you see on like YouTube and Twitch and get from LLMs, you should go and verify that stuff if it matters to you, right? You should definitely go and verify that. All right, I have to go and put the kettle on. So we can get some tea. We reached the 5-hour mark, right? So, oh man, wouldn't that be beautiful if someone else could put the kettle on? But I'll be like a minute. Why not? All right then. Yeah, I might have a look at that. Ooh, what's this thing? Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's about 3 minutes and then the tea should be ready. Now we can talk about feelings if you want. Talk about sandwiches. Whatever you want. Okay, so 154. I think we're good though with the sound act. That wasn't too hard of a problem to solve, and it was a little bit fascinating. And we got to dive into the rabbit hole, the bunnies again, right? Of vector Q, right? Sandwiches would be good. I wouldn't mind a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. It is lunchtime. No, none of that Pret crap though with cress and egg salad, right? That's just. But okay. 1 minute left. Very exciting. Very exciting. I'm very excited about tea. Aren't you excited about tea? Oh no, this stream is gonna take forever as well to look into. So what is this? That was day 4. Should we download day 5 while we're at it then? Content, video producer. Let's find day 5. Copy the link. W get that. There we go. All right, let's go and get the tea. Right. By the way, I was at my brother-in-law's the other day and I played the latest Mortal Kombat game. And holy, have they made that messy, right? Do you remember when you had like 4 moves or whatever per character? It was something insane, like 80 moves for one character. And like at this point, the moves are so elaborate that they've lost meaning as well. You have no idea if you're making a special move or not at this point, right? Man, I feel like we've overcomplicated fighting games. Back to like Tekken was good. You have a question about the graphics pipeline. If you are taking it, yeah, of course. What data does the CPU send the GPU between every game frame? Okay, I'm gonna read the rest before I answer. You pass the shaders and textures to it once you first start the program, but what about later? Do you only send inputs to a shader? Do the GPU and CPU share a buffer, or does the CPU always send via PCI? The Mortal Kombat programming language. Yeah, random smashing. Exactly. That was my experience with it, right? I tried to learn some moves, and then it's like, nah, this isn't working. Okay, so it's undecided, Anakim. The current prototype doesn't do anything, right? The first prototype that we have, this one, however, does. So here I can show you what we do on the render function, right? But in this one, we only have a singular shader. Since we want to have multiple shaders, we can't use we can't use the same pipeline. We need a unique pipeline for every shader. So if we have data to upload for a frame that is making use of a specific shader, then that's what we have to do, right? We have to use another pipeline. But right now here, if we go and look at the client, no, that's run state. If we look at this thing, it doesn't actually do anything, right? We haven't implemented that. So I can't answer your question, in other words. I can't answer your question. And we call this a scene as well. That's not quite right. It's not a shader per scene. Well, I don't know about other engines, of course. I don't even know about the one I'm building. But in this case, and probably in Vulkan then, if we do a quick look at the Vulkan pipeline API, maybe, it probably looks a little bit similar. Actually, we'd have to look at all of these things to know. So yeah. Yeah. Bye, Vulcan. Bye. Anyway, that was fun. Back to this thing though, even though technically we're not T-break. I tried to get the splinter out of my finger, but I think I just managed to push it further in instead. So, you know, if I'm not streaming tomorrow, it's not because I died from an infection in the finger. It's because it's Saturday. All right, so let's go to Saturday. Oh, we're done already? That is day 5. Let's get day 6 as well, since we can. Copy linky. All right, and day 7 is now. Whether I managed to make a video or not. Hello, Charles. Or Charles, sorry. I don't know, right? I tried to look at the first video and it's like, is there anything I can actually use from here? I wonder if if I'm going to make a video series of this, do I have to start from the beginning and just break it down? I mean, I do have my notebook, right? I could just break it down based on that. I might actually not be a bad idea. Who would have thought that taking notes is good? Charles. Yeah, you got it, Charles. I can do that. All right, resources. Let's have a look. I don't know where that accent came from, but there it is. So so we can do this thing with a pushback. Okay, so we have to do the actual check now. So why do we want a capacity? Because it is most likely faster to iterate over a vector queue with a small capacity than not. As a matter of fact, why don't we make the capacity a U16 instead, right? So we really put emphasis on you not having a large capacity on there, right? We don't want this to be large. There we go. I'm not saying the R in Charles. I'm saying Charles. Charles. How do you say Charles without the Charles? All right. Okay, so if we then do this thing, we're not going to push this back just yet. We have to do the iteration first, right? So we'll do self.inner.iter.find. So we're going to find the sound like we did before. I don't know, Anakin. Seems a bit sus to me. As.id is equal to sound.id, okay? So this will give us, whoopsie, no field on the ACK dot sound. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, none of that. Oh, okay. So we have to define what a sound resource looks like then. That should probably live on the server. So we're going to leave somewhere else. That was a fun digression, but off to the server we go. Technically, it's no longer a tea break, so off we go. Resources. Do we have resources? We don't have resources. We do source resources.rs. Pub enum resource sound and sprite. Although I don't know if we call sprite a resource in this case. So maybe not. Maybe we don't do this. Man, it's like a conversation starter, isn't it? It's a good move. Welcome to the Discord. Oh, you larks. You absolute larks. Yeah, we don't have to do this, okay? We're going to have a struct sound. That's going to have a sound ID though, right? An ID, that's a sound ID. And that's just so we know which sound we're going to use. We're going to have a sounds here. You know what? It would be a lot nicer if we didn't use type aliases. Okay, hang on to your sockets. We're not done. We're going to go to player ID. That's a type. We don't want that. We're going to make that a struct. There we go. Now, this is going to be a little bit annoying. But we have to make a key implementation for this. Oh, really? We can't? Oh, no. Thank you for the follow, Charles. Okay. This is bothering me. Actually, it isn't. It was right. I'm an idiot. All right. I'm a bloody idiot because the type alias contains that. So it is perfectly fine to do that. Wait, what are you griping about? How are we on the client all of a sudden? Okay, calm yourself. Resources. Oh, Nelly. Pub time. Are you done? Okay. Day 6. Not dad 6. Yasta. All right, now I have all the videos downloaded. What are you doing? Sound ID. Pub type. Sound ID is a basic sound. There we go. We're just going to get the basic in here. Why can't we do that? Because in our lib, we don't have resources. Now we do. There we are. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so a sound has a sound ID. That seems good enough. How does this look now? T and then basic T. So a slot map is, that's just generic over sound then. Then why would it have an ID? That doesn't make any sense. So this should be a sound reference maybe, and then a sound itself has a bunch of bytes, right? So we store sounds in here. Okay. Now, this is where it gets a little bit weird, right? We are going to return the payload for this so we can send this over a stable connection, right? So the server will send this over TCP to the client, which will store it locally, but not quite. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, what a tune. Cool. So yeah, we will store this locally. And then we'll send this over to the... and that will be an option. But we need the sound store to be on the client. How come I got a keyboard but in halves? Oh, because it is so much nicer to work with once you get used to it. We're going to map this. So that's going to be our sound. And again, we need a reference to that. So there we go. Oh, you bloody bean. Let's just call as slice then. We could alternatively just have done this, right? If we want to be fancy pants about it, not write as much. So that's sounds on the That sounds on the server. Now, do we want to specify the sound type maybe? Let's have a look at the client. So we have resources here. Now the sound should be a struct here instead. This is going to be public to the crate, but since we don't really use this as a library, it doesn't really matter. Now we need to go and look at Kira and see what Kira says about the sound. Man, you guys are confused. All right. Sound data from file. So it's static sound data that we want to deal with here. So let's do that then. Let's store so static sound data. Let's see what we can do with this. We can do from file. Oh, it's going to be easier to look at this. So we can do from file and we can do from cursor. From media source. This is a little bit awkward. From cursor seemed to be simpler to do. I can understand that, Yami. I looked at Vulkan some years ago and I just walked away from it. It was just not for me. Maybe from cursor is what we want to use. So we can try that. Why do we have from file but not the rest? You know what? I don't care. This is backup. Maybe we do a sound bank instead. And inner holds a vec of... It doesn't hold a vec. It holds a secondary map. An associated map of sound ID and static sound data. I think maybe that's what we need, right? What level of game engine are making? A 2D game engine with a focus on networking, right? I don't know what TAA is. Oh shit, why can't we get the sound ID? That is public, but it's on the resources, so we need to get that one out. Okay, I think it's time to change the shape of this. It's too much. We need to just make these public instead. Do we need that one? I don't know, but let's make the sound resources. Where are you? Resources. That's not. There we go. Let's just make that public. Same thing with this and this. Actually, the server not so much, but everything else can go. And let's go and clean this up now. It's going all right, Alexandra. How you doing? Temporal anti-aliasing. All right, no idea. Okay, so that's gonna be on the first one. There, oh, it's in the scene. Probably shouldn't be. Right. So this is on the client. So that would be on the slot map instead. That means that the lib here, we're gonna have to make this one be a little bit different now. We could just bang a splat and get on with it. So I think we'll do that for now. The client, on the other hand, is probably fine as it is. All good, Alexandra. All tickety-boo. I'm making a game engine because I'm intrigued by the idea. I want to make a game, but I don't entirely know what the game's going to be like. I just have a vague idea. So while I'm figuring that out, I'm just making an engine for it. There's no sound in there. Right, so here it gets a little bit funky. This is the client resource, and this thing should probably be not a sound, but something that holds the sound data that we're sending. So we need to name this, and it needs to come from the server. So we need to compose something that we are sending. How should that work? I'm building everything on top of the concept of a server, Yami. So even if you're running it locally, it's still a server, right? But what exists that I want to, so like this, what I want to use either doesn't exist or I don't know about it. Let's put it like that, right? I'm not making something that I would sell to you as in a game engine that you should use, right? Absolutely not. If you want like a game engine recommendation, then I would probably say Godot or Beve. But neither of them are centered around networking. And more importantly, I don't know how Godot does the networking, right? With Bevy, you could probably just figure out laminar, but yeah. But since I don't know exactly what game I'm making, it's kind of just a case of let's build an engine that is as close to the vague ideas I have and then take it from there, right? Yeah, Godot does some kind of resource synchronization, but again, since I don't know how it does it, it kind of holds no... I wouldn't know where to start with it, right? I don't want to spend my days figuring out some arcane C++ to figure this out, right? A peer-to-peer UDP RPC backend. Okay, well that already eliminates Godot as a potential candidate because then there is no server, right? No, I mean, so in Godot you can create a node that is like a network node, so it will synchronize over the network. So you can say that this sprite that you see on your screen should also be visible on someone who's connected to your game server on their screen as well, right? Um, either way. Um, Should we? I'm gonna update this, right? A 2D, right? 2D game engine in Rust, and I keep getting this. Why not use Bevy or Godot in? Why not use Bevy or Godot? Right? Learn Godot, right? And let's just chuck this in there because I get this question all the time, right? There we go, right? I think that kind of answers the question, right? I get it frequently enough that it's worth noting down, right? So the way I do this, Yami, is if you run this locally, your connection is not necessarily a socketed connection, but you can run this in headless mode as well. Very, very simple. No, that's not the code. There's the code for it, right? So if you want to run this standalone, then you just run this. You just do a server run in headless mode, right? So in standalone mode, you're not going to run a client. If you run a client, then you spawn the server, which will give you a handle back that you can use to communicate with the server instead, right? So it's even though the server exists, it's not necessarily a UDP TCP connection to the server when you run it locally, right? Either way, right? Um, I don't know how this is different. Doesn't this answer the question? I don't know if I can though, Alexandra. Now this is very important though, right? So I couldn't answer your question with because I can. I don't know if I can. I never made this. I never built this before, right? So who knows, right? How's it going, Bram? Imagine coding in OCaml while riding a camel. Yeah, and imagine that they didn't have any actual camels. You had to settle for like a donkey instead. So the whole point is just moot. Oh, I forgot the telephones exist. Donkeys matter. Do they though? Do they? The way I envisage this being used is that you're gonna run this locally, right? So it will be this machine and that machine maybe that will run this, and then you play together in a game world with your friends. You could probably run this on a DO droplet and run the server on DO droplet and then play if you want like a persistent world that you can play in even though your friends aren't online, the friend that hosts the server, right? So you can do that too, but by no means is there anything. If you're playing with someone who's on the other side of the world, or you both are incredibly far away from where the server is, there'll be some latency in there. It's not the solution for you in that case, right? If you can't work out how to make it playable, then you should not base anything on this, right? Yeah, this is loosely based on an article on Valve's game engine. And I linked this article in case anyone is interested. But this is, we're basically loosely on this. We're not doing things like input prediction, and we don't do anything really with lag compensation, right? Instead, we're just going to do frame interpolation. But this is designed to be played with you and a couple of your mates, not you and 6,000 other people, right? Because we know we don't have that many friends, even though we want to pretend. Yeah, if you do place your server too far away, you're gonna get latency. Now, there's things that you can do to mitigate that latency, depending on the game, but the nature of the game you want to make isn't really a fast-paced shooter or anything like that. You're most likely not going to end up with a game where you can dodge bullets if you make the right input. Any projectiles will most likely be the result of a hit test and some animation instead, right? Or your 10 stream views. My god, I don't just have 10 views, do I? Okay, the bot's dead again. Joke ruined. Oh, Fiddlesticks. How you doing, Caleb? How you going, buddy? All right, that was a joke that fell flat. Never mind then. Okay, so we need a sound reference as well. Get wrecked. You're drowning in cringe, streamer. Sort your ship out. What was I doing? Yeah, so client needs to have we need to have like a sound. What should we call this thing then, right? Yeah, that is very much the design here, Yummy. So the client is really quite dumb. It stores it downloads things like shaders, textures, sounds from the server to construct a scene. Once a scene is constructed, it will get updates in terms of diffs, what has changed since the last frame, and will send input maps to the server as well for doing whatever, right? So the client really just sends input, loads resources, and uploads things to the GPU, and that's it. There isn't really a lot of heavy logic on the client side. Or rather, everything is gonna be, yeah, this does prevent or makes cheating harder. We also have something called, imagine being a cringe streamer. Buddy, I don't have to imagine anything. Thank you kindly. Thank you for the follow, chicken. So we're not doing we're like the cheating is sort of more of a side effect. We also have something called a player inclusion zone, which is only sending you data that is within this region, right? So if you're observing a tile map, we can just say, okay, this is your visible region. But because everything is filtered out that is not in the region, but we're doing this around AABBs, that means that you could accidentally include something that has rotated that shouldn't be in the field of view, but it ends up being field of view. It ends up being sent to the client either way, even if it's never going to be displayed, which subsequently would lead to you being able to cheat, but not by a lot, right? It just means that something that should possibly be covered by a fog of war, if you have such a thing, you would still be able to read that data on the client side. But that is so ridiculous anyway, right? So it's a non-issue. If that didn't make any sense, allow me to demonstrate. No, did I remove all that? All right, okay. Well then, let me draw this for you. Let's say that this is the inclusion zone, right? Inclusion zone. And we're going to have a bunch of values floating about here that may or may not be included, right? Now, here's a value that is outside of the inclusion zone. And if we do this outside, and if we group these two together, where's the group button? Is this grouping? Where's the group thing? That's copy, innit? Duplicate. Control G, groups. Okay. So if I place this here, even though it's outside, when I rotate this, you can see that the AABB would be inside the actual inclusion zone, right? So even though this thing is outside of it, it would end up showing up as if it is not outside of it, right? It would be included. Let's be super pedantic and be as close to that as we can, right? There you go. A little bit of a shrinkage there, right? Good enough, right? So even though this is outside, it would appear as it's inside, right? X-ray cheating? Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you just have to start another client and get that player's data. Although you would be on a different connection, so you really couldn't. If we allowed you to log in with the same user in multiple places, then you could write the client code to just observe this. But that seems like a lot of work to cheat in a game you'd play with your friends, right? So that is kind of the point of it, right? Anyway, good ramblings, but let's decide how this is gonna look on the server. So we need something that I can't name yet, okay? So we're gonna have some sound malarkey, and I think we said that the counter can be a U8, okay? So this is a wrapping U8. So every time we send something, it's gonna have an ID as well, right? So it's a sound ID. Every time we send some sound to the client, that's gonna be the sound malarkey. Why is the slot map module private? Didn't I fix that? No, I didn't. We're doing this one by one to see what we need and what we don't need, right? Yeah, in FPS you have these things for like wall hack and bullshit, and you have clients apparently that outlines things, but this is the idea of the game I want to make is more something you would collaboratively play with other people, like Minecraft or Heroes of Hammerwatch or something like that. So to cheat in a game like that just makes you weird, right? Like, there's no reason for it. But we do have some accidental cheat prevention doing this. Okay, so we have our sound bank, we have our sound ACK. So anything that has been ACKed, we wrote down the rules for this in some project somewhere, and it was pretty messy, so let's do that, right? Heroes of Might and Magic. But you know what game I miss from the olden days? Masters of Orion. I was never good at it as a child because I was quite thick, but my brother was pretty good at it. It was fun watching him play. I tried it a few times, but the game was pretty good. They made a second one, but I think so. Masters of Orion is an old DOS game, which had this kind of simple. Okay, apparently not. Really, is there not more? So that would possibly be like the second one, but yeah, that's not Masters of Orion. Can we not see this? Do you want JavaScript? Can we see that? Yeah, this is the first one, right? And so you selected your planet and you constructed ships and stuff to run on the planet, like to go travel to the different stars and everything. And it wasn't super complicated. Then you had like a science tree and everything, and you could construct and design different ships, and it was pretty good. We didn't see any space combat, but yeah, it's a pretty good game, right? They made a second one, but I feel like the second one kind of did what the latest, what is it called? The thing I was nassing on about this the other day. No, it wasn't the other day. It was today. The latest Mortal Kombat, right? If you look at something like Kombat 1 move list. Let's see if we can find this. Not that one. We're talking about this one, right? So you pick someone from your old Liu Kang, maybe, right? And you look, how many moves do you have? Why doesn't it show how many moves it had? It did when I was looking at this on my gross phone. Look at that. 78 moves, right? Mark 1, 67 moves. So you kind of lose a little bit of perspective. I mean, I get it. It's great that you have a lot of moves, but you can't even tell what these moves look like. So if you manage to pull off a move, you don't know which move you made, right? It is so insane that it kind of just lost its meaning a little bit because it was like that, right? Oh, Settlers was great, man. But Masters of Orion had there was like a version of that for, well, it's not a version, it was like a fantasy take on that called I think that was just was it Masters of Magic? But it was roughly around the same time as Might and Magic and Heroes of Might and Magic. 2 different games, right? Came out. Yeah, but that was also fun though, Alexandra, right? Like you figured out a move and you'd be like, oh, what was that? But when you have 67 moves, you'd be like, did I make a move or not, right? Or am I going home alone again, right? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we're going to check this by doing this to see if we can find this. We're going to match on this. So we don't really have to go too nuts with this. So that's going to be the previous sound that was there. If there isn't a sound, then we're just going to push back and return true. Now, this is a little bit wonky because we got this. Well, we can do this in here as well. So we don't actually have to do that outside of there. I do need that curly bracelet, so could you please put that back? Thank you. So this one is private. We can make this public. But we want it to be read-only. So let's instead add a function to Sound Malarkey called ID. So there we go. So we just call that as a function instead. What other things do we have on there? We have the counter. Yes, that is the thing. Now, if we do happen to find the same sound, and so this is where things are going to get a little bit hairy, okay? If we manage to find the same sound, but the counter is different, and then we want a third one here. Whoops. Whoopsie, whoopsie. All right, so that one has to be a function as well for that to work. No, the counter can change. So let's make that public instead. No counter on there. Where's the sound counter, isn't it? And this thing needs to be mutable, because we're going to have to mutate this. Unknown field? What are you on about? We have a sound. Sound has a counter. Awkward, but okay. In this case, we don't care. So this one is just straight up. They are the same at this point. So The sound exists, but the counter is different. That was the hardest word in the world to write, right? The sound exists, but the... And then here, we need the instant, right? The sound exists, but the instant has expired. Okay, there we go. Otherwise, we're just going to return false. The sound exists, the counter is the same, and the instant has not yet expired, right? So what that means is that if you try to play a sound that has been played before, and it has the same version of, or same counter, right? So maybe version is a better name for it. It's the same version, then, oh, what did you have, mate? I need to go and eat some food at some point. I'm very starvinated, but I have no food IDs, right? And then here we're going to say if now minus prev dot act. I think I'm sort of in that place in my life where I can't live on student food, Exandral. I need more substance. Breakfast sandwich, bacon, eggs, smoked Gouda, chive, and onion, cream cheese on an English muffin. What, you had one? You say on an English you only had one? What kind of only has one muffin, okay? No, Alexander, yeah, sorry. I was like talking about pot noodles kind of thing, right? It was, no. They like ramen would have been nice, but I need to eat 16 bowls of it to get full. You genuinely just had one. Damn, son. That's, I mean, the onion cream cheese and the bacon in that sentence, right? But I think I would need at least 3 or 4 of those, right? Depending on how big the bagel is. But yeah, it sounds pretty good. I would have thrown some hot sauce on there as well. Oh man, now I want something with bacon and mayo and lettuce, tomato, hot sauce, maybe a bit of mustard. Oh damn. 5 bags in under 5 minutes. I think I would die if I did that for various reasons. So we need to have the ACK expire. We can make that as a duration. So const ACK expire duration. That means that we have to get the duration in here as well. Tastes like a yeast infection. Yeah, bet. Oh man, I'm hungry now. Damn it. Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't write this. Duration from millis. So we're going to have to tweak this thing, but I think 3,500 is going to be enough for now. So if you send the same sound 3 times per synchronization frame that you run 20 times a second, that means that you can do that for 4 seconds, right? Jeez, that MP3. Do I want to look at that? Damn it. Oh, good grief. Anyway, so 3.5 seconds is enough. Do you have a Blue Sky account? All right. For some reason, I imagine these are the things that you would post on a Blue Sky account. All right, never mind. A what? A socialist Twitter. Okay, I don't know what you call it. But anyway, 3,500 milliseconds or 3.5 seconds. If we sent the same sound every frame. Every frame that would run 60 times a second, we would end up with 3 different versions, and it would be a buffer of 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds for you to get the integer wrapping, right? So 3.5 seconds is enough, right? Elon is banned from Blue. I don't even think he could use it, man. The dude paid people to play video games for him. I mean, like, how sad is that, right? How much do you want to belong to the gamer culture that you pay someone to game for you, right? Do you pay someone to go out and eat for you and maybe, hang out with your wife as well, right? Oh, that one is so grody, Don. I tried using that one, but it was so gross. No MySpace Tom there, okay? So the instance has expired, so we're going to return true here, but we're also going to set the previous act to be now. So we reset that one as well. If the counter is different, then we're just going to say that the counter is sound.counter. And then we return true there as well. So the only time we return false is here. So we put that at the very bottom of the list, right? Whoops, I did something dumb. Unsurprisingly. Oh man, yeah. IRC, what newfangled thing is that? I never heard of that. Is it some kind of relay conversation? I think it's self-aware enough to be considered a troll. Your face is literally tanking your car brand, but you refuse to step away from it because you're such a narcissist. Like people's existence, like the livelihood depends on it. And you're like, no, man, people hate this car now because I'm associated with it. I'm not going to step away from it because I love myself that much. Anyway, that's where you get all the wares from the FSers and demo scene music. Matt, do you have a collection of demo scene music, like mods and XMs and stuff? Well, it's not going to do any better now. Of course I do. Good man. I too happen to have one of those collections. Oh, nice. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we can take this off stream, right? Right. So I think we're good, right? Collected them like baseball cards. Nice. I should probably find a better name for the sound malarkey. Let's call this thing play sound, right? It's a little bit awkward. There we go. Super awkward. Hello, frequencies. How you doing? Okay, I think we're good here. So if we receive the request to play a sound, we can now act that request to check whether we should play it or not, right? You'll be a found Ferengi. It doesn't work like that, Yami. Once you know something, it won't take you that long to get back into it. But also, I'm going to have to move next year, and I look forward to that just as much as I look forward to a homemade colonoscopy with a rock. Just not. That. But that means that I get to do some more DIY. So not only am I going to have to move, but I'm going to have to do up another stupid room for streaming and videos. And I kind of feel like that's a whole next level of pain. And I have to try to keep the streaming going during as well. I am allowed in public. Okay, so we had the sound act. So we can now get a request to play a sound. We do a check with that request and we will know whether we should play the sound or not. Can you stream from a virtual room? I don't know how that would work, Davros. Like in VR, so I can keep walking into the furniture. How's it going, Papers? Stream while out in the woods. Why do I have to go out in the woods, though? I don't want to go out in the woods. I have zero survivability in the woods. I mean, like, can I eat this and then it's a fire? All right. Become a VTuber? No, I didn't even use green screens, right? I find VTubers to be a bit scary, right? I mean, not in the scary sense that I can watch some streamers that streams with VTubers, but I personally can't be done setting that up. Like, I don't mind if you're streaming and you stream with a VTuber, right? That's all good, but for me, that just is not something I can do, right? I don't know what that means, Yami. Your siblings have avatars? What in the name of Snow Crash does that mean? I'm not gonna click on that. VTuber avatars, right? But I get it. Maybe it might add more substance than if you stream without a camera, right? That thing's going in the bot. Go for it, man. Yeah, Don is farming sound. Okay, so we can act the sounds now, at least. So this kind of is not really about tweaking the project structure anymore. So let me add more notes to this. Would you be affected if you have social anxieties? Would having a camera pointed at you really affect you? I mean, I get that it's an uncomfortable thing in the beginning, but isn't that all it is? Like getting used to it. Like I don't know. I don't dare to say anything because I'm gonna become a soundbite if I do. All right. So what is this? Day 7. Day 7 sound act. And arc. I think I'm just gonna, if I'm gonna make a video series out of this, I think I'll just make like break down what we've done and do that instead of trying to siphon any value out of the VODs. It would be too insane. More appearance related. Now that I get, I'm old as and I don't care what I look like anymore. So I'm kind of past that. I realized at some point someone mentioned in the chat that they don't wear like white t-shirts because they can never keep them clean. I look down and I see like a food stain on me. Well, you probably can't see this in the camera, but I was like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I got food on me. I'm wearing lunch. Okay, so what's the next thing we're gonna do then? We will move over to. Oh no, that means that it's the same pain that's still there. Damn it! I still have the same issue to deal with. It's the bloody scenes. It's the bloody scenes, mate. No, ain't nobody gonna care about that, right? As long as you don't have like large quantities of food in and around your person, you'll be fine, right? But I get that. Like, if young people's got a pretty rough go of it, right? Because they, like, at some point when you're a teenager, you're like, oh, I care about what I look like, and then you're like, I'm gonna try streaming, and you stream for like 5 minutes. Someone turns up and, oh mate, you look like a sausage, and that's kind of the end of your confidence, right? But when you get older, at least you sort of stop caring. Oh yeah, man. Like I said, if I start getting like a monkey butt, or like it gets really thin, I could do we looked at like the worst comb overs, right? All right, there's some pretty good ones here. Like this is pretty good, right? I reckon I could pull that off. Or like this. At this point, it's like, why are you even trying? All right. I have no idea what's going on there, but it's pretty good. But at this point, like, just get a hat if you care, or a wig, or whatever, right? Money versus vanity. Oh man, I showed off what I make on stream. Ain't no money for vanity over here, mate. Wig, that's a month's salary right there. Even if you make it yourself with straw and biscuits, right? I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's good. Nah, just get a hat if you care, right? I don't think it's like, it's not really important, is it, when you get older, right? Example of hairstyles in 2050. Yes. No, I'm not entirely without vanity. Don't get me wrong. Like, I brush my hair and I try to wear clean clothes. The food stain says otherwise, but I try. Okay, so what? Yes, sounds. That's what we're doing, right? So we had a sound request. And we have a sound here. So now we need to get this into whatever it is that holds the actual sound data, which I thought I had. Now that's on the server. This is what we want to deal with this, right? So the sound bank, there we go. So let's impulse sound bank. And let's have a function for add, which takes immediate reference to self. A sound ID, or an ID is enough. That's a sound ID. And some sound data. Now, this one is a little bit uncertain here, okay? So we need to make static sound data from this. From cursor. Can we do that? No. Damn you. But can we get a cursor here? And then we do cursor is cursor new data. Are you good with that? I know I am. Yeah, you are. Ah, nice. Oh, right. Someone redeemed review my Rust code. Sorry. That was a while ago. Let's pop this open. That was 3 hours ago. Sorry. No. Oh, and then it closed down the stream. Okay. I don't know if you're still here. Okay. First of all, I apologize for being so slow. But ASDF1234, ASDF1234, ASDF1234A. Are you still here? And I will review your Rust code. Oh, that's probably because you got enough channel points because you've been chatting. So you got enough channel points you can do redemptions for that. But I do think that ASDF1234, ASDF1234, ASDF1234A has left the chat or stopped watching the stream. So I can't redeem their Rust code. Which is sad because they actually had some Rust code in there. But oh well. Okay, so we can make this sound data from here. So I guess that's sufficient. We don't really need to specify what type it is. And then we just overwrite what the data is. So self.inner.insert ID data. And that's it. Oh, that's a result? Right. Ooh, Nelly. I don't know what we're gonna do here. Oh, we do have error handling. Oh, well then. We already have error handling. Result. But then we have to add the from file error for the sound malarkey. So let's pop over to headers. Let's add sound error. Now that's gonna be in here as well. Do we even need all this? Wait, what are you griping about? Oh yeah, we haven't written this implementation yet. Sound. Wait, that's super weird. Why are you all lopsided? Why are you so upside down? Why is there 2 request devices? I think I accidentally copy and pasted something. A few times, even. Alright. Oh yeah, that's it, right? I was gonna paste that and I was gonna get the sound error in there. That's what it was, right? There we go. And that's gonna be sound error. It's a little bit meaningless to call them error, right? So let's just rename this. And let's rename this as well, right? Having the word error in there adds 0 meaning. Sound E is not for me. There we go. The cursor is no, the cursor is something that allows you to move around in a buffer, right? So if you have a cursor wrapping a file, you could jump to a specific byte offset in the file without having to do a bunch of things, right? It's a way to be able to seek and yeah, move around in a buffer. I don't know where I said file. Forget the file comment. Hello, Jebs. How you doing? Okay, there we go. So we can now add sound data to the sound bank. Let's have a function for play that takes a reference to self and an ID, sound ID. Yeah, well, I don't know if that's true because a cursor in a text editor is technically something that has a graphical representation, but yeah, it's something that can move around in a buffer. Let's just go with that. I just don't want to commit to anything because I got issues. No other reason. It shouldn't listen to me, you safe. I make about 90% of what I say. I make that up, right? Do you guys remember when I was making things up about the CPU cache? The CPU cache is like a small horse that you ride through the L123 cache into the RAM, and then you put some memory in the saddlebags, but you always put 64 memory cakes in the... Alright, I'm done. Alright, so playing a sound ID, there will be self.inner.get ID, let some sound equal to that. Otherwise, just get out of here. And now we need a sound player. Oh, that could happen too, right? And the goat's like, no. And you're like, shut up, goat. Play my music. So we need a sound player for this. We could probably stick the sound player on there as well. Kira, how do you do? Audio manager, that's what we want. So we want an audio manager there. Default manager. Fix it, fix it, fix it. All right. Yes. So now we can say self.audiomanager.play, and the sound probably has to be cloned, right? Don't you think? Oh, and that needs to be muter bubbles as well. I think the sound would have to be cloned. Yeah. That's all right, though. Yes. Okay, so we can now play sound. So whatever has the sound bank can also check the sound. No. So who needs the sound act then? Maybe the sound will make all this private. Is what we do. And then we have an audio manager for this. Okay, that is the sound bank. This is the sound act. And then up here, up at the mountain at the top. Wait, sound act should not be public, nor should you be public. Nothing is public in here. All right, so let's have a pubstruct audio manager. That's gonna have a sound bank and an ACK and an impl pimple with the audio manager. I have a new function here. Actually, I don't want a new function. I want the play function, which needs a mutable reference itself, and we need a sound request here. So play sound request. Oh, what are you griping about? Really, we have multiple audio managers? Oh, demons. Okay, so let's get the audio manager here and just replace you with Kira. Yasta. All right. So when we call play, first we're going to do the ACK, right? If self.ack.check request self.bank.play requested.id. As long as the request is copy, which it very well be now, right? And if it's copy, it has to be cloned, or C1 if you're a bit confused. Sound doesn't implement debug. Oh, right. Well, that's kind of awkward that it doesn't. What do you want? Sound. Oh, right. But then we don't need the now to be there. We can produce the now here, right? Oh, Ego, thank you so much for the sub. Now, thank you so much, Ego. How you doing, buddy? How you going, mate? That's it. We got sound playing. We can now play sounds. We just can't get any sounds, but we can play them. So let's go to a client. The thing that we call state is insanely dumb, but that's okay. That's going to be the graphical thing in Bobbin. Okay, so the server handler's going to have to... What noise was that? The server handler's going to have to do this thing, right? Hello, Nightshade. How you doing? I am Ego. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours soon, and I am very hungry. And the longer I stream, the less food seems to be turning up, though, right? What does this button do? Why don't I know what things does? Repost, quote post, copy to clipboard. Does this copy the post? Okay. Well, you guys can look at this then if you want. That's a thing. I don't think people will find that ASMR as much as they find it a little bit concerning, right? When I eat, it's kind of like someone's throwing typewriter downstairs, right? It's like a wood chipper going mad. Mad with sadness. That made no sense. We talked about that this morning, so I thought I'd share that with you for those of you who missed it. The anime girl that stirred up such controversy. Okay. Yeah. I know this. Oh, are we gonna have to do the network thing then? I don't want to do the network thing, but I guess I'm gonna have to do the network. It's gonna be weighted. So stream 7. No, that's 7. Stream 8 will probably make some good headway with the networking thing. But now we have to figure out how this works, right? Yes, crisscross applesauce. We're gonna get going with this. Can we? No, we can't run this yet because we don't know. All right, so over to the server. Let's do a bit of committing, okay? We're gonna add, we're gonna add everything. Added audio support. Okay, but that doesn't have to be in the experimental branch. So let's switch to main. Let's merge experimental into main. Let's push that. And let's switch back to our experiment. I started with an experiment and ended up not just experimenting with that one, right? Server. It does seem insanely strange to be upset about it. And also I realized that I'm going to comment on my own post. Realized that this now shows an anime girl on my webs. Control W did not backspace. Damn you. Why is Control W close the window? Which insane person who's never used a terminal, which clearly is the majority of people, has ever, been in that situation, right? Clearly. Is it called timeline? In my feed. There we go. Your reply has been published. I replied to my own post. How long have I been using Rust? Since about 2016. Kick dabs to you, Nightshade. But I don't have anything to eat anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I quite constantly forget to eat. So sometimes I stream or I do something, I get into it, and then hours pass and the wife comes home from work and if it's her turn to cook, she's like, oh, food's ready in 5. And it's like, oh shit, I haven't eaten anything. And that's when I feel like how like the blood sugar is low and the rage levels are high. So the best thing to do then is kind of go on Twitter and Reddit to express how you feel to strangers. Express your opinion to strangers who didn't ask, right? Okay, so networking, come on. We gotta get this thing nice and working. So server, what do you do? And also, how does that work? Oh yeah, because we did that. That's why. So the server runs the let's doodle. Right. The server runs the updates. Okay. Man, I need arrows. So that's the update. That's almost the letter E. Well, I can write the word date. Time to sign up for Tinder when the wife sees my feed. All right, so updates, that happens n number of times. Then we want to get we want a snapshot from here. Okay, so snapshot, that's not an arrow in anyone's book, okay? There we go. Snap. Okay, so to create a snapshot of the world that we can send out to all connections, maybe that's how I should have thought about it, right? And I probably drew this already. Ish, right? So we would have the server do an update. Server is blue now. The server updates. Ooh, that arrow is a bit small and feeble. And then, so how does the update work? And then we get a snapshot out of that, right? So what is it? So we're updating a scene, which would then lead to a snapshot. So the server needs to have multiple connections, right? And if we make the connection into one thread per connection, then we could theoretically handle quite a lot of connections, I think. We're kind of doing a little bit of a crazy thing here, but at the same time, we're okay. So now we are changing this a little bit so that everything is running on a per thread basis. Right? So when the server gets a new connection, it will spawn a thread for that connection. It will get a handle to it that it can communicate with. And we'll send. Let's see. Okay, so we need a connection here. This is 100% not public. Right? So we need a way to store this, to associate this with the player, right? So in our impl connection here, right? We need to have two things going on. We need to read and we need to write. And how does that work? We read and we write. We need to read input and write the snapshot difference. Oh, I feel like we're so close. We can't block, so we kind of have to do the try read from the connections. And more importantly, we have two connections to deal with. We have the TCP and the UDP connection, right? So we need something that looks a bit like a connection handle. And with this handle, we have something that is send TCP. Oh man, that's gross to call it that. Whoops. And send UDP. Whoops. Is this right? Is this right at all? Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of an experiment here. I want to see what the cost is of reading from a channel. This is gonna be a very stupid test, okay? But it's a test nonetheless. So let's do this. Actually, what do we have in there? F sharp in the brain. I can understand that. I'm not even going to do anti-aliasing because my main focus is pixel art. So I literally want linear filtering and... Wait, linear or nearest neighbor, maybe? Which one is it? Yeah, it's nearest neighbor, right? That's what I want. So it's not even a thing for me to do anti-aliasing. That would be disadvantageous. All right. So let's use MPSC. Okay, let's make a struct client here. And this thing is what's going to do the snapshot thing. Let's make a struct called a snapshot as well. And all this is going to do is hold some data. We don't really care what. That's kind of weird. Man, I'm so hungry. What are we doing for food? I don't know yet. Beans, snapshot. But then we only need one snapshot. That's the previous one. That's an arc. Why did I make that public? That's an insane thing to do. That's literally what mad people do. Yeah, Zero Seaweed is like that. Even though it shows pixel art, it doesn't really have pixel art. Cool. Like, so I can show this actually here. If I run this thing and I move this thing to the right, it doesn't really move a pixel to the right or left. It just moves some arbitrary value to left and right. It's not snapping to pixels, even though this thing is showing up as pixels. If we were to look at that thing, it's tiny. You can't even see that. All right, so this is going to be sprites. Maybe sprites. There'll be a vec of sprites. And I don't know what else we would have in there. Right, something like that. Yeah, let's not overcomplicate it. So that one just contains where everything is in the world. Oh yeah, no, that was I was just showing you what non-pixel perfect pixel art looks like, for those who cares. Okay. So Snappy Shorty. Now the question is a snapshot? Yes, so the snapshot has to contain the entire world. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay. So why is that not good? Imagine a really large world. So snapshots actually have to be filterable on by some metric, right? If you imagine the entire world like being this massive blob full of possibly millions upon millions of little mobs running around headbutting each other, right? And then you this little dude, all right? You blue WDW making some fancy dance moves up in the corner, and then your friend Bobby is just legging it over there. Something's gone wrong with Bobby's leg. Okay, all right. Bobby is he's doing a yoga pose now, right? Down there. So the space that you can see is this big, okay? The zone that you exist in is this big, okay? So there are lots of zones all over the world, and some of them are not simulating at the moment because there's no one there, all right? So when we make this world and we're going to send, it doesn't make any sense to snapshot all of this, right? It makes sense to snapshot this region, right? This is what we want to snapshot for this player, right? And this is what we snapshot for this player. I don't know why I picked different colors, right? That was an insane thing to do, unlike this artwork. NFTs, you guys interested? Right? It goes to a good cause, wasting energy. All right. Thanks for hanging out, Yami. Enjoy your walk. Enjoy your power walk. I don't know why I said that. I don't know if you're going to power walk. So really, we need to limit this to zones. So in our design, we need to sort of shorten the world into zones, right? So a world should have a zone, and that's what we're going to snapshot. Okay, so what happens when you go between zones? Maybe it's even smaller than that. It does, doesn't it? Only having fun. It looks like a pretty good list of zones right there. Yeah. What happens when you cross multiple zones, right? That's a problem. So maybe what we really have to do is break every zone into 6 regions instead. So it's not even zones. Right? No? There we go. So let's take a look at what we could do in terms of the game world. Okay, this is more likely to be the case, right? So if this is this looks like something I tried to solve before, but for some reason I didn't write anything down. So here we go, right? The world. There we go. Okay. A region, but it isn't really a region. This is a region. And the region has to be made up of 6 cells. Well, if we make it this way instead, then we can fill this with a little bit of zonery. That the zoning committee. Can we just do that for good measure, right? And then we can slap these in here and then these in here. And then we shrink-a-dinky the space there, right? Like that. So that means that whatever area that you're in, kind of wish I would have written that before I copied all these around, right? It's going to be around the player. So we can do it this way. That means that you have the player in the middle of these 6 areas. 6? How's your maths, mate? 9, right? It's the middle of these 9 areas. So if you were to move, you would just include the next areas, right? So the region doesn't really impact the player. So if we have a player there and we have another area here and you move from here to here, then these are the areas that you would observe, right? And I'm not sure why I added that in there. Let's get rid of you. And you. So then we highlight this as the region that the player is observing, right? So we have to generate snapshots for every... Whoa! Slow down there. You speedy sausage. All right. Get in. So if we do it this way, then we can find... We would send effectively 9 snapshots. This is gonna be probably quite over-engineered. But let's think about it for a second, because the thought makes me happy and fuzzy on the inside, like an old potato. Or a piece of bread that's been... Or a piece of cheese that's been laying in the sun for too long. So we would create 9 snapshots of these areas for the player. And the benefits would be when you have multiple players in the same area, so you can share these snapshots, right? So you have one player here that would generate these snapshots. If you have another player, let's copy a little bit. Let's put you over here. So this is another player. They would have... Not those. That would be dumbass. Can I do this? It's pretty cool that you can do that. And then I undid it. But I can't make that. Okay, it wasn't cool after all. It was uncool. Like this then. So we end up with... Most likely, you're going to have most players in the same space. So you can share an overlap of these regions, right? Let's make them a different color. Some kind of freakishly weird brown color. That's orange. Shush. All right. So the shared space would be this. Doing a second coat. You're making dinner. No, I didn't know that. Damn it. Okay. Okay. It was a remember to factor the making time in before you get too starved. Maybe I'm a little bit too obvious. Okay. Well, we're not making it just right this second. Okay. So we're fine. But then that's only 4 areas that we share with the snapshot. It kind of would make more sense to make a snapshot out of all of this then and just share those 2. What do we do then? I don't know if this makes any sense at this point. I need to chat with someone about this, I think, to figure this out. Because I feel like I kind of got stuck now, and if I don't figure this out, then I'm gonna make some kind of mistake, and the mistakes leads to Twitter, so we don't want any of that. Why is this thing not red? There we go. Yeah, if you look at this, it would obviously be cheaper to snapshot all of this. And send 2 arcs instead. But if there's only one player, the snapshot thing kind of becomes a bit redundant. All right, we're going to do this. I'm going to piss off, and you're going to continue having a wonderful day. And I'm going to have to go and eat some food because I'm really failing in life here. Who should we raid today? Should we raid Monospace Mental? Why does Christoph not have one of those knock-on thing? You guys can ask them questions. Is that the same keyboard I have? No. All right. Or should we raid Christoph? You guys decide. Bye, Felicia. And you. All right. We'll do a raid. We'll try to raid Monospace Mental. I'm going to do something with Christoph at some point. We'll do this. All right. You guys have been great. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to go eat some food. Hopefully you do the same. Next time, we're going to figure out this networking business. It's going to be fun on a bun. All right. Have a wonderful day. Bye for now.